vibrations of similar frequencies is inevitable. So that is the same phenomenon that happens in all other sensory faculties. So that is what we mean by this mechanism of sensory faculties. We just hear a sound, but certain image arises as dog or the crow. That is what we call as two waves, two vibrations, sound vibration and certain color vibration come together to form a thought vibration. So when the sound occurs, how does the image of the dog arises? If someone hasn't seen this image before, now for the first time some sound of the dog occurs in the ear, but this person hasn't seen an image of a dog for at least once in the life. So will that image arise? There is no way that such an image would arise. There is no possibility. So if someone has seen the dog, or if someone has, actually no one can see a dog, some visual form arises, and that label was introduced to that form, and after that ignorantly we believe that we see dogs, we hear dogs sound and so on. So however, for that to happen, there should be previous exposure to that form and the name. So that is why when the barking or the dog sound is heard, the image arises. But is there a dog in that image and the sound combination, that mental image, mental picture? No, it is just a form that arose in the mind, just a thought. But the beauty is there is no time gap between the occurrence of the sound and the arising of the image. They happen at once. It is not that one hears the sound first and then the knowing that it's the dog arises. At once the person hears the dog sound. So that is, again, I am going to remind this concept. Lord Buddha explains this concept with an example. Once the milk is converted to ghee, or once ghee is made from milk, ghee cannot be converted to milk again. So once the name and form got entangled, they always come together. That is why the sound results in creating the image of the dog in the mind. It is the law of mind, actually. Law of mind, this sound and form arising together, that is a thought, that is the composition of a thought. Although we say sound and color because those are the predominant sensory inputs, but the feeling part, the mutta part, the smell input, taste input, and bodily sensation input are also there, but most dominant or predominant contributions are from eye and the ear. That's why we basically highlight this sound and color as the composition of the thought. So, actually, for this, where does this come from? How does this come from? Is it somewhere there in the brain? So, and we have stored it somewhere in the brain, and do we retrieve it? No, nothing like that. We cannot assign a place, location for this. Mind is just a momentary thing. It arises, it ceases, then and there. It has no existence. We don't talk about existence of anything in this cause and effect down. What actually happens is the previous perception uh, arises right now as a new perception, in other words. So, if there isn't anything, we do not talk about existence of an external world. Why do everyone sees more or less the same image? Like there will be differences. We know there are differences, but still, generally, when the barking is heard, some form of dog arise in human mind. Now, just imagine 5 of us are here. So the uh, barking sound occurs in ears, and we get mental images. In no time, this sound combines with the mental images, images of dogs basically. But the 5 images won't be identical. The image that popped up in my mind may not be the same image that the other person experienced, because whatever the previous perception uh, linked with that particular sound may arise in that mind right now. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is all may see dogs in their minds in mundane terms. In the we do not talk about an existing mind, but still at that moment uh, because the sensory faculties uh, or the sensory system of all humans are more or less the same. That's why we all end up seeing images of dog. But this nature of vibrations may not be 100% the same. So that's why we say now the colors also. This eye perceives certain color as red, but we actually don't know the other person sees the uh, same thing, same color, the same way that I perceives. So it's certain differences are there, but generally it's the same. So it also happens. So in the human plane, the sensory system is more or less the same, but it differs from the sensory system of a dog. Now, dog sees the world in gray. Everything is gray. No color variations are not there. Then cow sees everything in red. Then now we believe we uh, experience a three-dimensional world, but the this bees world is rather octagonal. So these are beautiful examples to prove that world is rather subjective. It is not the same world. I mean, each and every creature experiences. So it is again uh, provides evidence for that we do not live in an existing world. It just arises and ceases then and there. So world is, in other words, the capacity of the sensory faculties of a certain system or a person. So not only we end up getting mental images for these sensory experiences like ear, eye, nose, mouth, but other kind of processes even like walking, working, and other abstract concepts like beauty, ugliness, awfulness, patience, jealousy, anger. For all of these, there are mental images. So, this actually, all these mental images, even the things associated with activities or certain abstract concepts or sensory faculty experiences, all mental images arise as a result of telepathization because the previous vibrations, uh, when they match with the current vibration, they again interact. So it is because of the we identify this phenomenon as telepathization or synchronization. So that is the big secret of behind all these formations. So when we say like see, hear, or smell, we only associate with a mental image. So just imagine now a thought occurs, that thought occurs to walk. So the body comes into action. So eye perceives, mind identifies the path. So the process of walking happens. This process of walking is actually we have a certain previous perception or mental image for walking. So the body comes into action, movements of the hands, legs happen. So all our actions are governed by a mental image. That is the bottom line. Although actually do you think that you lift your left foot, move it forward, place it on the ground, then lift the right foot, move it forward, place it? No, do we really do that? We never ever think of movement of legs or knees or hands while walking. So there, this beautiful example given by Aryan says, now when the uh, block is fixed to this embroider machine, the sewing happens. It creates the image according to the block. So it is exactly what happens with these actions, physical bodily formations actually. They happen due to these mental images. These mental images again are previous perceptions. Now, when the thought occurs to sweep, so you just identify the broom. So it happens, movement of hand with the broom. It happens according to that previous mental image. Then cutting vegetables, making tea, whatever, everything happens due to mental images. So this Dhamma, when we see it through ourselves, is very beautiful and very easy to realize or comprehend. This is self-evident. So let's make every effort possible to understand this beautiful message of Lord Buddha and to end the sufferings of this scary uh, cycle of life and death. May the noble triple gem bless you. Teruvan Saranai, Aryamasa. Let's meet again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
we have to be very practical. If we take Lord Buddha's preachings, all the 84,000 Dhamma sermons talks about a practical path to Nibbana. But today, are we doing that? Most of the people tend to learn Dhamma from books. They want knowledge. They do not become practical. For a long time, we also did that before we started listening to Buddothpado. We also ran after knowledge, not knowing that with theory no one can attain Nibbana. But actually we were searching for Nibbana. But now we know if someone wants to open the Dhammas or the wisdom of truth, we have to be very practical in Dhamma. So whoever who is running after knowledge actually should realize the fact that Dhamma cannot be found in any books. So Lord Buddha has found this practical path 2500 years ago and revealed to the world. Revealed to the world as the path to freedom, to eradicate suffering, eradicate the birth and rebirth, or to destroy the samsaric journey. So whoever who is searching for Nibbana should see through with true Dhamma, true wisdom. So by knowing true Dhamma, only one can end the suffering. So this practical path, which was hidden, was opened up by our noble friend Buddothpado Aryanwansa. So as Buddhists, we have to realize the truth. We should know that there is a reality beyond this world of duality. So who is a real Buddhist? A real Buddhist is the one who has eradicated this bhava or bhava nirodha. We also should know that this absolute truth, this true Dhamma, is written in the Tripitaka, in sutras. But what happened? No one could get the hidden message in the sutras until Buddothpado Aryanwansa revealed this true Dhamma with super wisdom. So as we said, as Buddhists, we should know by merely going after knowledge or listening to various types of Dhamma sermons, one cannot attain Nibbana. So as Buddhists, Our goal is that, isn't it? Likewise, without being practical in Dhamma, without any experience in Dhamma, without any experience in this path to Nibbana, no one can attain Nibbana. So, if we analyze, what is actually Nibbana? Is there a place called Nibbana? Is that why we go all around the world in search of Nibbana? But Lord Buddha has clearly said this is a Sandittika, Akalika, Ehipassika, Opanayika, Pachuppanna Dhamma, isn't it? Which means this Dhamma we have to see within us. Also, it is timeless. Even we think of Lord Buddha has lived 2500 years ago. It is a thought at this moment. So, this is a Sandittika Dhamma. Timeless Dhamma. Can we say it was in that book, in this book says so, that monk said so, even Lord Buddha said so? Likewise, we have different ways of expressing Dhamma, but with knowledge. So think somebody is explaining this Dhamma, so he has to be practical. Practical means in the sense he himself should have gone through this path and practiced or experienced it, isn't it? So who can reveal the truth to the world? He should have gone through this path and practically experiencing that the external world is not real, it is an illusion. If not, what happens? If not, it's like we are asking the path from someone who does not know the path himself. Yeah, it is like that. So, who is a noble friend? A noble friend is the one who has already gone through this path and also knows the pitfalls in the path and also knows where you can go wrong in the path and guides you throughout the path to the end. So as we know, there are a lot of meditation centers around. So we will just talk about it a little, because this is a place where a lot of people get stuck, that they have achieved Nibbana. But what about the defilements? It hasn't changed at all. So as we said, what is Nibbana? Nibbana is extinguishing the fire within, the burning sensation or the defilements within yourself. So why do we burn within? We burn within because we take the outside world as true. So here it is very important to know that we don't say that there is no outside world, or we don't say there is a inside world either. The world is a creation at the moment. So what we should know is that the world you think is outside is actually not there. It's a thought. Just like the image you see in the mirror. It creates moment to moment. Hetum paticca sambhuta. A creation. Everything you see, everything you hear, taste, smell, feel, or think is a thought, a creation. And there is nothing in a thought either. This actually is created with colors and sounds. So there is nothing in a color or a sound, isn't it? So these thoughts gives you the suffering. So we have to understand these thoughts. As we were talking about concentration meditation, we'll see why one cannot achieve Nibbana through this samatha or concentration meditation. And as Aryan highlights, by experience, only through Vidarshana meditation or insight meditation, one can achieve Nibbana. We all have gone through concentration meditation path in some time of our life, isn't it? So as we know, there are lots of types of meditation. Popular are the breathing meditation, walking meditation, relaxation meditation, when one uses soft music, chanting, and so on. There are a lot of types of meditations. So yeah, it calms your mind. Say you are stressed for something. Say you have an exam. You can do some breathing meditation. And you can calm yourself. But it does not have a permanent effect, isn't it? Because after some time, your mind is stuck somewhere. The mind is such that obviously it will start to wander, because the mind is like that. It's the habit. So then what happens? The thoughts becomes more powerful. So if you try to suppress it, it will be more powerfully comes up. So example is, if you keep a rubber ball underwater, as soon as the hand is taken out, the ball will come out, isn't it? So the thought or the aramana is like that. All this happens naturally. We have to understand that. Automatically happens. So nobody can stop it. So if somebody is practicing concentration meditation, Aryan highlights that he should know that he would go and get stuck in the formless world because there are no perceptions, asanyatale. And also he might think it is the nibbana because he can't feel anything. So you need the help of a noble friend. It is very essential in this path. But what we are searching is a permanent cure, isn't it? Looking for a path out of this suffering. For that, we have to understand how this suffering is created. And also, actually, is there someone who is suffering? Is there a me who is suffering? How did this me created? But for this, we should understand through wisdom. So usually what happens? Usually people think insight meditation involves focusing on breathing. And again goes to the non-perception field. So the difference is that this also done while taking the outside world as true. There is a me who is doing the breathing meditation. So in fact, the me comes powerfully. But is it the meditation which Lord Buddha explained? We'll find out. We know before Siddhartha Tapasa became Buddha, he was with the 5 hermits, searching for a way out of suffering, isn't it? And after some time, when Siddhartha Tapasa realized that this is not the correct path, what happened? He left the 5 hermits because he knew it is not the correct path. And the 5 hermits, they were continuously practicing the concentration meditation at that time. The breathing meditation. So as Aran Vans explains, it can go up to formless world and can get stuck there. But what happens when one comes out of it? The defilements are there. The suffering is there. The desires, hatred and ill will is also there. Nothing has changed, isn't it? In other words, the alive field or the soul is there and it has become more powerful. So we know that when Lord Buddha came back after attaining Buddhahood and said, I am preaching your never heard before Dhamma. The 5 hermits were not sure about it. So then Lord Buddha asked, did I ever lie to you? Then only the 5 hermits understood that this is a different Dhamma. So Aran Vahasa explains that in practicing concentration meditation, A pitfall is that one can think he has attained arhathood due to the mind conceals, hides himself. Aryan Vahansa has pointed out about this in many sermons. The only way to get rid of suffering is insight meditation. But one can use concentration meditation for a few moments to calm the mind. The actual path is the Samatha Vipassana Yugandan, which means once you practice insight meditation, the concentration meditation automatically happens. So first we have to see the truth of one thought. Then we come to know that all the thoughts are same, created the same way. So Nibbana is at this moment, not later. It is within you, in one thought. When there is no fire, when there is no fire in that thought, there is Nivima or the Nibbana. There should be a fire to extinguish. Lord Buddha preached, Tatra Tatra Vipassati, moment to moment. So this realization could happen at any moment. At the same time, while listening to Dhamma. But one has to contemplate on this. So the liberation occurs at this moment if there is nothing in a thought. So the one who feels that the outside world is not real and it's only a thought, then one becomes a stream enterer, the Patisottaya. So he is the one who sees that the world is not existing outside and it's a creation of the mind. So this first point of contemplation is very essential, isn't it? That is, what we think outside is not there. It is an image. All are perceptions. So how do we understand this properly? To understand this, we have to go back to the radiant mind and see how the first thought is created. So when we go back to the child, when the baby is born, we say his mind is pure, his mind is pure. Sometimes he smiles in his sleep also, isn't it? It is beautiful to see. The pure mind has no defilements. Oh, he does not talk or shout at others, isn't it? Also, he does not have any desires, hatred, ill will, jealousy, or any kind of defilements. But he has the glue, the Shastra Svabhavaya, to which the attachment occurs in later life. So these attachments leads to desires, hatred, jealousy, and so on. But as the baby, as the radiant mind, he still does not have any defilement. So, but as our noble friend Buddothpado Aranwahansa explains, say if you give a phone to the baby, he will hold it tightly, put it in the mouth, smell it. If there is a song, he will listen to it. So we have noticed these things. What happens when the mother wants to take it back? When the mother tries to take it back, he will start to cry. Hold it tightly even, because of the Shastrava Sabhavya, the glue. He does not know it is a phone even. Though the mother gives a value to the phone, the baby does not give a value to it, because we give values from the mind. The child, he might even throw it away. Even if we take a child of 1 to 2 years old, they don't give a value to things, isn't it? But they might cry when a small toy is broken. So it is very interesting how this mind is created, isn't it? So how do we give a value to a thought? Once the child starts Montessori and he is introduced to objects with colors and sounds, and the mind is formed. He gets the feeling that the world is existing, the duality, that there is a outside world and a me who sees it. So now he can identify mother, father, brother, sister, toys, teacher, pencil, and so on. But if we take a baby, so say he was adopted by American parents, he says mother to that shape and color, isn't it? Likewise, if the baby is taken to China or India, he will say mother to a different form and color, a sound and color. So we can see for the baby, the mother is born through his seeing and hearing. Lord Buddha said, birth of your eye is your birth. So, this me, my, mine is born through the eyes and ear. The sound vibration, the color vibration, and also the feel, taste, body sensation, and smell. All these get together to form this concept of mother. So if the mother is there, obviously the me also here, who sees the mother. So when I say mother, not only the shape of the mother, all the five senses get together to create a mother. This mother, the creation, is individual, isn't it? Your mother is not my mother. I have another image. You have another image. So likewise, everything is born then and there. The combination of Ditta, Sutta, Mutta. So as I said, when I say mother, everyone gets their image of their perspective mother. The color, the shape, the smell, the sound, everything comes at once. It is actually the telepathization system. It is a natural phenomena. So it is very important. It is a natural phenomena which was created by the senses. It is a sense-created world. So once the child goes to the Montessori, then his individual world is created. Pencil, friend, desk, chair, teacher, books. Everything is a creation, a mental creation, an image. So can you see with that an immense illusion is creating here. With that comes the I-ness. My pencil, my friend, my mother, my desk, my father, my book, my sister, and so on. So the illusion, the dream, or the film is starting to create. So this is the illusion. What is an illusion? It has no real existence, but appears to exist. Lord Buddha has given the example of a mirage, a delusion. But if we see clearly, is there anybody to get deluded? There is no one to get deluded. So here we say, we don't say that the child does not have a mother, but he has a mother, but the mother is created with sounds and colors. It's a mental image. So that's why Lord Buddha says, the birth of your I is your birth. So if we analyze this further, the great mistake is that we take the mother is outside or existing outside. But when we contemplate on this, we see that mother is a creation, a mental image. So what happens once the thought of the mother gets repeatedly coming? It adds power to the thought or value to the thought. So more power, more value, more value, more power to the thought. This is you call abhisankarana, the recurring thoughts. So with these recurring thoughts, we get the alive feel. Everything is alive. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained about this, how this existing field becomes the alive field. This happens due to the speedy vibration of the sensory inputs. The inputs you get from the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. So what is important here is to know that this is a natural phenomena. No one is doing that. It's just like the germination of a seed, action and effect Dhamma, creation of the 4 seasons. Likewise, the formation of the mind is also a natural phenomenon. So as we know, nature cannot be changed. So that's why doing concentration meditation cannot stop the thoughts. For example, it's like even a wave thinks it can change the ocean. Can the wave do anything? No, it can't. It cannot be separated from the ocean, isn't it? So another example, say in Vata Sutra and Jati Dhamma Sutra, Lord Buddha says, the wind does not blow. Pregnant women does not give birth to any child. But people in the mundane world cannot believe it, isn't it? Actually, one should have a subtle and a keen wisdom to understand this. So we have to come out of this ignorance. So as we said, as well as the mother, everything we see, hear, smell, feel or think are creations. Creations due to speed. So sometimes we have to contemplate on this only for many months even, sometimes years. So every step you take while walking, cleaning, cooking, washing, eating, talking, anything you are doing should remind that is your mind. Every sensation you perceive is in the mind. So first we have to see this in one thought. So Aranvans always explains, always highlights, contemplate on the aramuna or the stimuli you are getting at the moment. Actually not all the thoughts, you can't do that. So the thought you have got caught, which means the most valuable thing you got. So it could be either mother, father, daughter, son, a pet, gold, money, house, husband, wife, or anything. So because different people gives different values to things, isn't it? But also mind is such that in one moment you might value someone or something, but the next moment it might be not so. But what you have to understand is that all are in the mind. Mind in the sense the values, opinions, comparing, happiness, sadness, anger, love, nation, world, everything. Everything is in your mind. So the Sabba Sankara, any action, any word you talk, any thought are creations due to this speedy vibrations. In other words, it is an illusion. The example given was the fireball. When the fireball rotates speedily, you can see a fire circle. But actually, is there a fire circle? No, isn't it? Only a fireball. So, if it is the illusion, so if one could see this illusion, we will be at peace. We'll have some relief, isn't it? So, once you understand this Dhamma, you will also know that suffering, death, birth, so how these thoughts gives us suffering? Say, for example, my father died in 2018. I was actually not in this Dhamma at that time. So, repeated thoughts came to my mind non-stop. How he took me to school, how he was there when I was sick, how he took us on trips on school vacations, how he bought me books. So on and so on, it was going on. So I tried to control the suffering. And I went to a meditation place, thinking it will help me. But what happened? The thoughts came more powerfully. So I was in complete darkness of ignorance. At that time, I never knew that I am crying for an illusion which was not there at all. Father was created by the six senses. Another incident was that when I was small, I had a pet dog. When it died, I cried for a long time because I missed him, thinking about him. So, which gave the more and more powerful thoughts. So these are day-to-day happenings, and likewise, everyone might have examples like this. So there could be someone who's scared of things, and some are scared of animals. Someone is scared to be alone, scared of darkness, scared of spiders, serpents, dogs. There are even people who are scared of cats. All these are sense creations. So once you know how these images are created, how the soul is created, he knows there is no truth in it. Who is there to be scared? Is there a me, a self? No, there is no self. So we have to see it through wisdom. So different animals have their different sense systems. So imagine in one room there is a dog, a cat, a mosquito, a fly, an ant, a spider, a cockroach, and you in the same room. Do you think that they see the world as we do? If you take the cockroach, it has antennas where they detect vibrations. Likewise, ants and the mosquitoes. So the dog could hear far better than us. The cat can see far better than us. So likewise, different animals have their own worlds, which is created by their senses, isn't it? So contemplate on these things. Imagine how a blind person experiences the world. He experiences the world mainly through touch, hearing, smell, and taste. So even if we close the eyes, we can imagine anything, isn't it? We can be anywhere in the world because it is dark. So we have to come out of this blindness of ignorance, the darkness of ignorance. So here we do not talk about the flesh eye. It is the eye of wisdom. So Lord Buddha said, those who have eyes will see, which means those who have Dhamma Chakusha or see through Dhamma, they only see through this illusion, which cannot be seen through the flesh eyes. So after this, no one will get deceived anymore by this illusionary world. So once you see there is nothing in a thought and there is no one to perceive it, there's nothing there, that is Nibbana. The one who understands the senses, the eye, the ear, the nose, tongue, body, and the mind, he is the one who understands the senses, and he will never get caught in this illusion. So he will know how the light is created, how the sound is created, how the taste is created, the smell is created, and how the thoughts are created. So when he look around, If he sees a jack tree, a coconut tree, mother, father, sister, sun, moon, stars, a dog, a cat, a cockroach, whatever, he will know all are thoughts. Chittena niyati loko. So everybody lives in their own individual worlds. The story is there. Even me, my mind also included in that world. Death and birth also in this sensual world, Lokasanya, world of perceptions. If I just talk about the three vidya or the three wisdoms, how the thoughts are created. So in Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, so it shows how this world of perceptions are created. The first thoughts. Chutupapata Jnana is when one sees the creation of a thought at this moment with wisdom. And Ashrakshanyana is when one sees how the defilements are fading. Aryan Mahansa always points out, awaken to the feel. So it happens when the power of a thought starts to diminish. So how does it happen? It happens once you understand the thoughts and know how a thought is created with sounds and colors. And when you contemplate on this, you will see that there is nothing in a color or sound, isn't it? All are perceptions. That there is nothing in a thought. So if you contemplate on one thought, you will see that all the thoughts, which means everything, mother, father, children, sun, moon, books, table, anything, gold, money, everything is created the same way. All are creations. And also, all the thoughts are created the same way. Most importantly, that me, my mind is also a creation. It is also created the same way. So there is actually no self there. So me, my mind is also a concept. But we think there is a soul. So what happens once you know this Dhamma? What happens is that the power of thoughts gradually starts to diminish. The value given to thoughts diminishes. So one will see that there is nothing in what one see, hear, smell, taste or feel. But everything happens as usual. Only the power of thoughts are getting diminished. So in other words, the defilements, desire, ill will, hatred, jealousy, and so on. There are a lot of defilements. So they are getting diminished. So you don't feel the burning within, burning sensation, you don't feel it within. In other words, you don't feel the fire within. So that means the fire within is getting extinguished. You can feel it. That's the feel you get. So with that, you can do your day-to-day work, anything, at your home, at your workplace, anywhere. You can work in a more peaceful way because you are not suffering with your thoughts. So also when you talk and in any of your actions, or in any of your thoughts, you are feeling so peaceful and calm. So as always, we invite you all to listen to this Dhamma, this wonderful Dhamma, and endure suffering. As you know by now, we have several Zoom discussions and 24-hour English sermons on Buddothpado PeoTV as well. You can also visit our websites www.wisdomofasia.com website and also www.buddothpadodhamma.com website. So as always, we are very grateful to you, Aran Hansa, our noble friend, Kalyana Mitra, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma to this world. Theruvan Saranai, Aran Hansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the sermon today. Welcome everyone. Worship Paramahansa with so much gratitude. Thank you, Paramahansa. We are kind of continuing the talk about the truth. Hopefully it makes sense to you. If someone is following from the beginning, I just want them to actually get enough, like at least the understanding first. To feel, you have to understand first, to understand how this mind is formed. Yesterday with the discussions, I just realized something, that when we talk about the consciousnesses, we may need to talk, try to talk about something. We might need to talk about the consciousnesses. When you talk about the consciousnesses, there is mind consciousness and there is other consciousnesses. So I think we need to talk about that a little bit separately, because mind consciousness is the chair. The other consciousness we are talking about is before forming the mind. The level before forming the mind. Before forming the mind, it was just a feel, just a vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, vibration of the sound, vibration of the eye, vibration of the ear, vibration of the tongue, vibration of the nose, vibration of the touch. Touch includes, actually, skin includes a lot of variations, okay? There are several receptors in the skin which can detect the deep touch, the light touch, which gives you the idea of liquidity and the solidity. There is temperature. There are different ways that you detect the cold and the hot, and there are pain receptors to stretch receptors. So there is so many ways how you get these sensations in the skin. So actually, basically, the main reason for humans to, or even an animal, to get the feeling that this is me is this body receptors, the skin receptors, because that gives an idea that something is here. But actually, if you take the whole thing, it is just the skin only. Skin is acting as its own. Even if you go through a scientific literature, the biggest organ in a human is the skin. And it is so spread around this system, system of bones and system of flesh and blood and all that. Internal organs has no much sensation at all. You might get some stress receptors or some kind of receptors in the gut, in the peritoneum, the inside the abdomen. There may be some receptors which may work, give you some pain, but it's mainly the skin. So just imagine if someone touches you, you get the idea that it is someone touched me. That's the idea you get. How do you get that view is what we are talking about. How did you get that view? Someone touched you. It's actually activation of the skin. And the idea is this idea. Someone touched me. So we were in the discussion, this came up, so I thought to bring it up. So because it was a good example which came up. So, when children loves to play with everyone, they come from behind very slow, very without making any noise, without letting the parents see the child. Child comes from behind and suddenly jump up and close the eyes, just to make the mother or father startle and to jump, so that they laugh. And also sometimes they ask who that is, just asking them to detect without seeing or without hearing. um, they want them to tell. So without talking, they might wait till the mother or father recognize those fingers. So you can only touch the fingers and recognize. What I'm trying to say is, what felt was a touch. What felt was a touch. So and touch itself, you can feel the movement of the hand, you can feel the size of the hand, you can feel the small fingernails if it's a baby's hand, and you might say, oh, it's my daughter. And if there are 5 daughters also, sometimes moms would be able to say which one, because their ages are different and the size of the hand is different. But most importantly, it was only a touch. But here in this Dhamma, even that touch is not real. Touch is just fast vibration of the skin receptors, actually. Fast vibration of them. If you don't have that ability, there's no sensory output. If you anesthetize, what happens is, even the local anesthesia, if your hands are numb, fully numb, you can't, whatever you feel, you can't say anything. You can't even say that it's a hand. So can you see, it's through the skin receptors or through the touch. In Pali it is Buddothpada. It is through the touch that this everything popped up. So when it is the touch sensation, this whole thought came up. It's very important to understand. Whole thought of daughter came up. How did that happen? Because the fingers, the type of the fingers, the touch of the fingers, size of them, the texture, everything, you felt it can't be son's hands, it should be daughter's hand. So when the mind is formed, mind consciousness. So the mind perception, we have to talk differently about these things. Initial touch perception is triggering the perception of the mind. So this is another example. If there is like a little creature, you might say, "Oh, that's a cockroach." You haven't even seen it. You might just see a leg, and you might say, "Oh, that's a cockroach," or "That's an insect." You get the whole idea. The whatever related to that, it might be wrong also, but it doesn't matter. That's how the mind works. It can be a vision. Just imagine you didn't touch anything. You just saw something suddenly, and you have no clue. You haven't touched, you haven't heard anything, you just saw, but immediately the whole picture comes. What is whole picture? In the sense, whole idea comes. Mind conscious. But you have to understand, mind perception is different, mind consciousness is different. Mind perception is the chair, but when it happens all the time, mind consciousness happens. It's a speed of this occurrence of this mind perception, which leads to the mind consciousness. That's how the mind bubble is formed. It happens so fast. You see the chair, you see the table, you see everything at one glance, kind of, and you know everything. You might not even focus, but if you even focus on one thing, that would be the thought at that time. So this mind perception is the chair. Initial perceptions doesn't have the chair. It's a touch perception. Sound perception. If the sound happens so fast, so the sound perception, nothing to do with the mind. If the mind hasn't formed it, sound perception. Because when the mind is formed, you can't talk about the sound perception at all, because it directly comes as the bird's noise, birds singing. Directly comes as bird singing, or horn of a car, or braking of a tire. Yeah, you directly understand. Ambulance. There's a horn, but you understand it's an ambulance. You can't prevent that, but we are trying to understand the little babies, what happened in the little baby, and then how this mind is formed. So as soon as the horn is there, the mind perception is the ambulance. But before forming of that, when the baby is little, when they have the radiant mind, they didn't know what that is. But there was the feel of a sound. They didn't even know that it was a sound. It's just a feel. So in that sense, how does that alive feel come is because of the fast occurrence of the sound perception. So when sound perception happens very fast, the consciousness happens. That's the alive feel. Do you get the point? That's an unformed world. There's no form yet. Child has no idea it's a sound, has no idea it's light, no idea what it is. There's no mind formed yet. But it's a feel, vibration of the ear. So to make the things complicated, once the mind is formed, directly you get the ambulance, yeah? Like you hear a sound, you don't recognize any sound there, you just recognize, oh, it's ambulance. So, but there is another thing happening. There may be a different sound or different scenario. This ambulance might come to your thoughts. So the thinking, we can think also, yeah, without any problem, we can just think also. So the just mind, just understand that the mind can actually act as another organ as well. The thinking can happen. But thinking is also again triggered by something. It's usually triggered by the other 5 sensory organs. So like the sound of something brought the idea that it's the ambulance or the fire truck. That's the beauty of mind. Sound, but it's an ambulance. Sound, it's a fire truck. Sound is a horn of a car. Sound, it's a bird sound. Sound, it's mother shouting. Sound is a song. That's how the mind consciousness or mind perception, sorry. But when this happens so fast, the perceptions, they happen so fast, mind perceptions, and you get like you're living in this dream. It's very important, folks. This living in the dream is very tricky because you feel like it is the thing. Did you get it? So now when you are like an adult or even a young adult, you have to remember, you hear a sound, it is a fire truck. You can't really identify anything else. But if you know this magic, this additional power associated with these things, not knowing that they are not real, it became a thing to you. You get the separate perception. Just understand this. You get a separate perception that these things are real. That's the whole scenario of this Buddothpada. Oh, this happens. There is a consciousness. Kind of, there is a perception, there is a consciousness that is in the initial bit without the mind. And that sensory organ consciousness, when they vibrate together, there's mind perception. And when mind perception happens again and again, become the mind, when they happen very fast, it becomes mind consciousness. this is what happened, but now what is happening? Because we didn't know this, everything became real. So there is a sign. Sorry, there is a not a sign. There is a, yeah, you can call it sign. There is a perception that this, the life field, the perception we have there, existence field. The existence field, because we didn't know that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ, due to the speed, it became the alive field. What happens here is you keep understanding that it was the only thing. So what is changing here is that additional thought, which we took everything as real, is actually getting disabled. That is what is going to vanish. Nothing else. Actually, you will hear as before, you will see as before, you will touch as before. Not you will. Touch will happen as before. Seeing will happen as before. Hearing will happen as before. Even thinking will happen as before. Or what is not there? The idea that this is real is not there. The perception that we have that this is real is not there. So then, when there is a perception of that this is a real thing, is the one which gives rise to the life field. That's another perception. It's complicating, isn't it? Yeah, just try and see whether you can actually feel this. So when there is a ambulance, you say, now you just heard a sound, but now directly it came as ambulance. That's how the mind consciousness or mind perception works. But because this is happening so fast, whole mind is acting as one thing. It's acting as mind consciousness. It's the mind bubble. It is felt as a thing, basically. Ambulance is felt as a thing because of the fast occurrence of this, the mind's perception. Ambulance is felt as a thing. This brings up the idea, the alive field, the idea that it is all real. It's already there now, because that's what you know, because you didn't know anything else. You didn't know anything about this Dhamma. You thought ambulance is actually there. See, that's the ambulance. So you have a picture also now. How? Because in the old days, like not all days, when you were little, you were taught ambulance can make. Maybe your mother taught you. Maybe your father taught you. Maybe you just learned it in the bus, school bus, that when there's a vehicle passing, that school bus so fast, so loud, making a big noise, and everyone says, and you might ask, what's that? Because you heard a very unusual sound. And they might say, oh, don't you know that's an ambulance? And you look at that and you get the mental picture. You have the mental, the whole thing about it. So when you say ambulance, you have the picture, you have the sound, you have the touch of it. You can touch it. You might have that it is, when you say ambulance, you don't get an idea of a plane. Plane is so big, isn't it? So you can't touch the whole plane at once. But if it's a toy plane, you can actually take it to your hand. But actual plane, it is too big, even though it sees as too small when it is flying. It's how the eyes trick you and the mind tricks you. So the you know, we feel like something is near you, we feel like something is far away from you. That is also a trick of the mind. And but there's a difference of the light consciousness too. The sound, the intensity of the sound is different. Intensity of the light is different. If you see something from very far, the light intensity is different. That's why it is happening like that. But now directly the thought comes, ah, that dog is far away from me. He can't eat me. Or that plane, it's appears very small from here. It's a jet. You can say it's a jet. You know, when you see, just imagine this. When you go out and you look at the sky, sometimes you see a white line in the sky with some air kind of white clouds. Don't you know as a line of the jet which went? Yes, that's what I'm saying. You saw something and now it's active. There's a meaning to it. There's a whole lot meaning to it. And it matters too. You think it's all real. This mind consciousness feels as real. I mean, very real. So the important thing is, when you understand Dhamma, understand the deeper level as well as the mind consciousness level, mind perception level. So when we talk about the perception, there are two types of perceptions. What? There's light perception without any mind perception, which we don't talk much because it has been surpassed some time ago. If you are an adult, you directly hear the ambulance, not the sound. But actually, as a child, you heard a sound. Even that sound we are telling, it's not true. How? Because it's a fast occurrence of the ear. Not anyone, I mean, it is happening, but it's not anyone feeling it. It's just the fast vibration of the ear. It's only related to this sensory faculty. Just understand this and see. You might feel this. You have to feel this. Otherwise, you can't believe what people say just because they are telling something. Who am I? You don't know me. Do you? No, you don't. We just release this to the internet, but then just do your research and see. There are so many people who do researches, don't they? So do your own research. Do your own investigation. So you have to be very inquisitive about this. Must have an open mind to see what is consciousness. So when we talk consciousness, there's two different types of consciousnesses we talk about. Initial consciousness that baby had, that which can be the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, and the touch consciousness, or the taste consciousness and the smell consciousness. When they happen very fast together, that brings up the fire drum. So when I say fire truck, you get the whole idea, you know. Usually, day-to-day life, it is triggered by a sound or by a vision or by smell. You can't really smell a fire truck, but you might feel the, you might actually smell the fire and then think about a fire truck, and you might say, oh, I smell fire. I hope I should inform the fire truck. Yeah, that might happen. Yeah, that might happen. Yeah, you can smell the fire. Yeah, there's so much fires in this Australia. It's a very common occurrence. As soon as there is fire, people try to do something about it. If they failed, it would be the fire truck anyway. So the trigger can be any sensory function. Actually, after some time, your mind starts to work individually or independently as well. Thought can pop up without any reason also. Just a thought can pop up. If you suddenly you see an old man, you know, you see an old man on the road, suddenly the thought, oh, my father, might pop up. You know that you didn't see your father. You know that it's just an old man there. But you are like, oh, my father, don't know what he's doing. Don't know whether he's well. I should give him a call. You know? So what triggered that? Just vision. Vision of a similar age person. This happens to the babies also. So mother goes to work and there is a little baby coming to the work, and you see that little baby, and suddenly the mother is fully thinking about her kids. That pop-up didn't happen all this time. Suddenly the child came to the workplace, and you're like, oh, don't know what my kids are doing. Hopefully they are okay. Hopefully nanny is looking after them properly, or family members are looking after them properly. I should buy something to them today before going home. Hope I can go early. Hope I can go before they fall asleep. I wish to stay home with them. See, I can even take you a bit far. Isn't it? Yeah, that's how mind works. But you just saw a child. It's not even your child. That's how the trigger is some kind of sensory function. The activation of the mind is very easy. Mind perception and mind consciousness is very easy. And it becomes a passion. It becomes the way. And you don't know even that this is happening. You know, school bell? What you heard was just a bell. What do you know? It's not even a bell. It's an activation of the ear vibrations. Ear vibrations are felt in the inner ear, not actually this drum. Drum is just acting as a buffer there. So the ear vibration, that's what happened. That's what activated that moment. But what comes is end of the day bell, and people are like, I mean, can you remember when the bell rings at the end of the day, school is finished, how like energetic that is? Like you are like, yeah, done for the day, can go home. If the home is nearby, you will be running from school to the home. So free. You will be dancing on the roads. I mean, as adults, they lose this capacity, you know. But don't dance, because if an adult dances too much, they will be like, that person may be crazy. Yeah, that's what they will tell. But what I'm trying to say is the little child who heard the bell has an idea, has a perception that the school is over. It was just a bell. But just a bell also is a perception. That's also mind perception. The school is over is another perception. So this happens, that is also there. But Lord Buddha didn't say about that. Lord Buddha was talking about actually about the life field. So it's very important to understand how this mind works, and the magic doesn't become a magic. If the magic, you are aware of the full magic, you don't think that there is a one who is hearing this, one who is understanding this, you know. Didn't you think that when you understand the maths, when you understand the science, when you understand some kind of thing, that didn't you think that I understood? That's how you get the perception. I understood. It's another sign, another perception. I understood. Yep. Then you might ask, did you understand? The other person might say, not really. Can you explain it to me? And you will try to explain. So even this Dhamma, you take it in the beginning as a perception, that's fine. Actually, when you talk about this self-perception, perception actually has nothing in it. Can you get it? So the fire truck, actually there's nothing deeper than that. You know it is a fire truck, but actually fire truck, can you find a fire truck in the touch? Can you find a fire truck in the vision? Can you find a fire truck in the sound? No, but fire truck is a mind formation. It's a manifestation. I mean, we use it in day-to-day life. Does that mean to say fire truck is there or fire truck is not there? No. This means to say any thought is just a function of the sensory vibrations. If the sensory vibrations are not there, you don't have perceptions. How can you get the fire truck if you didn't have the eyes, ears, skin, and the smell and the tongue? Because there is 5 sensory organs only, you have a perception now. And if just imagine you are a cow. Do you know that is a fire truck? But will the cow feel the vibration of the ear? Yes. But the cow doesn't know it's a fire truck. Humans can get the perception of a fire truck. So which one is correct? There's nothing like that. It's just the manifestation of the sensory faculties. That's all. So are we like fighting against it? No. We are not fighting against and saying this is not a fire truck. No, that's not the point. Are we fighting, telling this is a fire truck? No. You're just telling how this is happening. So you don't actually imagine that the fire truck thought happened to me. No, actually what happened was a thought happened because of the vibratory nature of the other sensory organs. And that thought also, when it comes very fast, the thoughts, you feel like the whole mind bubble is real. You are living in a dream. You're living in the film. You're living in that mind bubble. Everything is happening around you. Mother is cooking. Father is cleaning. Sister is singing. Younger brother is dancing. What? The puppy is eating. Can't you catch all this in one glance? Yes, only thing that happened was a glance. There was a vision. The eye was functioning. But you get all these ideas. We are not trying to say they are not there or they are there. This is how it happened. This is how the magic happened. So is it actually real or just happening? Yeah, it's a formation. It's a manifestation. It's okay. So the idea that you have that everything is real is the thing that we are fighting. If you fight this correctly, you will actually feel it otherwise. You will feel differently. You know it's a fire truck. Still, an Arahant will not Arahant know that it's a fire truck? Yeah, 100%. And if the fire truck is going towards somewhere and actually you feel like you can help them, won't you help? You will. And just imagine, you see a fire and you haven't seen the fire truck yet. Will you not help? The fire, the perception of the fire is enough for you to understand that we should extinguish it. We should get rid of it. Otherwise, there would be harm to others. That is also another perception. So this living is just perception, 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 perception. That's the mind perception. But what led to that was the perception of the other 5 sensory faculties. So you need to understand this alive field was there even in the baby before any mind perception. That's the formless world. If you actually if you get the ability to really pierce the mind, kind of pierce the mind, it's through the wisdom only, then you will definitely feel the feel of the touch or the feel of the ear, feel of the eye. And because you're fully aware that it's a fast vibration of the ear, you will get this non-alive feel. Then you have a new perception. What? There's a new perception now. What is it? Well, it's not a new vibration though, because it's just a perception from absence of the vibration, absence of the alive field. Absence of the alive field becomes a new perception. That's the non-self perception. This is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. This is going to have the original formation also. But you have to feel it first. Otherwise, you can't just say, I have the non-self perception. It's a feel only. Absence of the life field. It's like as if you have died for a fraction of a second and you are back. It's like fish jumping up and coming back to falling back onto the water for a fraction of a second, like that. You have forever you had the life field, and suddenly the life field is not there, and you might fall down. You might have the life field again, that's fine. But you know that the life field was just a occurrence of the sensory faculty only, or the stimuli only. When it is felt as real, you get the life field. When it is not felt as a real thing, it is not there. Simple. You don't have, nobody has to say that to you now, because you know that wisdom. And it's very important that experience, because that's what you have, the no self-perception. No self-perception, no one can actually talk about it because it's in the field side. But you have to actually understand this. At least try and understand this. This is not a new vibration, it's the absence of the life field that you had for the whole samsaric journey. I mean, that's another thought, but if you feel the difference, only you will understand that it was there forever. Life field. You can't feel this while you have the mind active. The mind is active, you are in the mind bubble, mind consciousness. It's a very tricky area. Very tricky area. Aran Wahanse would agree, even in Sinhala, not everyone is getting it clearly. So the mind consciousness is actually feeling alive in this mind bubble. That's what is normal for us. You are in the center, you can see the whole area of the room, yeah? As I said, mommy is cooking, father is cleaning, sister is singing, the brother is dancing. All in one thing. But that becomes nothing if you actually understand this Dhamma. It's as if this side is not actively there. It's not getting involved actively. As if this side has stopped. Challenge is to feel this. Because again, it's in the feel side. So even to know the difference between the life field and the non-life field is a challenge. Because it's all in the form side, the non-form side. Form world is the mind world. When you try to achieve something in that mind world, then that becomes sensual, because you are trying to reach something. You're trying to, you're actually thinking that is there and you are doing something about it. Sensual world is you are actually fighting for the chair, fighting for the money, fighting for something. This fighting becomes less and less as soon as you keep understanding. You're fighting a perception in your own mind. So money, the perception of money, where is it? It's in your mind. You will still earn money, but the fire will be less. You will still own the car, but the fire will be less. And it will come to an end one day. So the life field and the non-life field is something you have to actually fully feel. Non-life field is never going to come while you are in the mind consciousness. In the sense, if you are trapped in the realness of the mind, that's the word, realness of the mind. Because if you feel that mind is real, in the sense that ambulance is real, or the fire truck is real, or the car is real, then the sound, the vibration of the ear, the sound consciousness, the feel, that's not, that doesn't become that's not touch basically, because it's a fire truck anyway. It is too much for you. I think you have to talk about these things deeply. I wish there are actual genuine questions in the about this in the discussion time, but it's very rare, because it's always few of the Dhamma friends who have heard this multiple times in Sinhala medium, so they kind of get the perception that they know. So, but if it's a newcomer and actually questioning this, why are you saying that sound is not there or something like that, then it will bring up the whole thing again. Which is really good, so that it will be only told in that perspective to that person's question. But it's really beautiful if it's a genuine question and trying to actually let that person know the truth. But sometimes this doesn't come properly as well. I mean, not all the time it comes properly. Even the answer. There's no perfect answer or best answer or something. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. You know, after it comes only, you know that it was okay. But sometimes after that you might say, it was not that okay. You can feel that the person didn't actually understand that. So there's always pitfall in trying to say this to someone. We're trying our best though. This is very, very beautiful Dhamma. It's useless to be in one place. It's good that if a lot of systems are getting this truth, and so that the power or the burning is going to be suffering, is going to be not there. So there would be human beings actually, a human being who has felt the non-vibration at least once is going into the second once returner state. From that onwards, it's just a cessation of whatever the defilements that you had, because there's no self-view anymore. So when there's no self-view, attributing everything to the self stops. So even the hatred, you don't attribute it to a self now. You know it is past defilements. And this center dissolves, everything dissolves. The power is not there, because the center was like a center with multiple connections, billions of connections with the perceptions. But when the center is not there for even for a fraction of a second, you feel it. You really feel it, because it's a very unusual thing. And non-self perception is just absence of the alive field. Well, as soon as you get up, you can get a idea. I should make some tea. Or I should wake up kids. What do you think? So the mind perception, beneath that is other perceptions. But directly now, it's about making tea. So the actions also are perceptions. Making tea, walking, cutting, cleaning, dancing, singing. They are also kind of perception. That's why you know that we are talking about. You know, when I say dancing flame of a lantern, don't you get the mental picture? Yes, yes, but that's a mental picture. This side, only a sound came, dancing flame of a lantern. Just a sound, but you got the mental picture. That's how the mind perception works. If you say fire truck, you know the mental, you have the mental picture, you have the mental picture of the sound, you have the mentality. There's few thoughts around it. You know it is a fast moving thing. You know you have to try and keep your car to a side so that vehicle can go fast. All these perceptions are in the system. Those are the perceptions that happened before. Now, because the vibration is synchronizing, you get everything pertaining to that. That's normal. There's no self doing it. That's the main idea you have to get. The system works. There's no self doing it. Never ever was there a self. But you got that idea because there was a vibration here. And folks, this is what we are saying. Try and feel this. That vibration is only the vibrate energy of the sensory faculty. Only. It's very important you try and get this right and question. Question time is 3 to 5 from Sri Lankan time. You can tune it into this, whether you're in Canada, whether you're in America, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in UK. If you're keen to understand how the life wheel is coming on, understand how the existence wheel is there, understand how the mental formations are working, how this past occurrence of any perception can bring up a life wheel. Mm. What do you think? So, what do you think about yourself? What do you think about you feeling you? Or one day you feeling there's no you, or you losing you? The Saran ones is kind of motto. It's beautiful. You losing you, me losing me. You know, some people come and discuss some problems in their life, and they say my memory is vanishing. I can't remember what daughter said few minutes ago. I can't remember what my husband said few minutes ago. I can't remember. I try my best. Doesn't come. That means there's a problem in the synchronicity. The trigger doesn't work. Does that mean anything? No, because the self vibration is there, self view is there, nothing happens to self view. Because you feel that you have lost the memory. So always the self view is going to get preserved, and when the self vibration, that additional power, the urge to maintain this system, if the last breathing is happening, the what final that thought matters. So it matters because it matters what level of vibration you have in that moment. This self perception or self vibration. If it is full blown self view, self vibration is very high. So there's a chance that it would be worse than a human, lower than a human. They don't have the mind of the animals. They don't have the power of the mind that much. They basically, it's their main organ is the bodily sensation, and they are full of fear and in search of food to maintain the body. So that is the only focus. The humans are a bit different. Human mind, when the humans are growing, as I said, there's first 5 sensory faculties. The consciousness is there because of the fast occurrence of this, very speedy occurrence of this sensory organ. So light is felt as a thing, sound is felt as a thing, touch is felt as a thing, smell is felt as a thing, taste is felt as a thing. So when it keeps happening, they kind of vibrate together. Because when you see the fire truck, you know the sound of the fire truck already. So they are kind of linked. I got the sound of the fire truck from this kind of vehicle. Because you know it is a bit different. In our country it is red, mostly red and some other colors. And it says in big letters fire. Ambulances are also in different colors. And if it is coming with that big sound, there are lights also. We have a mental picture. Mental picture is different. The level of the sensory, other sensory, 5 sensory organs are different. There's a non-form word. There's no form in the beginning. But when you are bigger, You you hear the sound, you directly come as an ambulance. You hear the sound, you directly come as the end of the day bell. And you start cleaning the bag and run into the bus or running home. So none of these perceptions are actually true. What do you think about these things? Have you thought about sorting out your own perceptions? Or have you ever felt that it is needed, understanding how these perceptions work? How this a life field has come? How this mind bubble has come? How this craving has come for the sound of a guitar? So sound of a guitar is a perception, mind perception. Actual sound has no form. So as soon as the mind is formed, it's trying to give a meaning to everything. Once you get the idea how this system works, magic doesn't appear to be a magic anymore. This system just works. There's no self at all. But you have to have the no self perception. You have to have the non-alive field for you to have the no self perception. And that is the beginning of the proper path without doubts. Don't forget. Otherwise, you are just blindly touching, trying to find something, that's all. That is also the path of the stream enterer, but you have to be careful. It can drop at any time. You might get tired of this, you might feel like this is not going to happen to me, or you might feel like, this is too much pressure, or you might feel like there's no time, or you might feel like, whatever happens. Yeah, you can think so many things and just lose the interest in trying to find the truth. But that's the importance of joining the Zoom discussions, to trying and understanding this, what Aranvanse is saying. Never completely stop talking to Aranvanse in the Zooms, because he's kind of the detector of the self vibration. So he can detect it very quick. So run through your system in his system via Zoom, and which is so easy. I mean, Lord Buddha's time, you had to go and see Lord Buddha, so people traveled months and months to come to see him. But here, just one click in your phone, you're having a discussion with him, even though you haven't seen, I don't know, say, personally, kind of thing. That's also in the mind. But, it is okay. I haven't seen him personally. So that doesn't necessarily matter. So what matters is this Dhamma. This Dhamma is much more important than anything else. So Aranwanse is bringing it up, making everyone to see that and feel that. So as I said, any questions would be entertained from Sri Lankan time 3 to 5. If any one of you would like to seriously research this, you might join. If you're just listening to this because you have to listen, or you just turned it on and you don't care about it at all, then you might not. This fight for the survival is there in every organ, in every being. Every being, whether it's a unicellular organism or multicellular organism. Unicellular organism also has a life feel, the feel. Can you feel that? Yeah, if you haven't felt that, you haven't actually gone through this non-self, non-form world. Because you have to actually feel your vibration and the non-vibration as well. Then only you know how much vibration you have. And then only you can actually compare also that your vibration has come down so much. So I think we have no words to actually thank Karen Mahanse for putting this Dhamma out there so that someone can pick it up if needed. If you have suffering, if you feel, if you understand that the life feel is the main issue here, you can listen to Dhamma and actually feel the otherwise, feel the non-self, feel the non-self vibration, and you will get a no-self perception also there. It's not a new vibration, new perception, it's the absence of the self vibration. So from that onwards, it is going to be the whole, because little baby didn't have a self perception. Little baby slowly, the self perception actually took over the whole system. So it became as, you are there, I am here. That's how the self perception took over the whole system. At the same time, this also, if you at least felt this non-self perception once, the absence of the self vibration, it will slowly take over this, your other perceptions. Power of the other perceptions will be gone. When the power is gone, there is no suffering. And the self vibration will be zero one day. How do you know that? You can't actually judge it within the mind bubble. There's no judging it at all in the mind bubble, because the mind bubble is anyway nonsense. It's not actually there anyway. But this sensory feelings is actually the feelings, because the sensory faculties, 5 sensory faculties are still working, and the 6th one too. So doesn't matter, just the burning is going down. So yeah, everyone, I thank you very much for trying to listen to this. It may be boring. I'm sorry if it is so. I'm sorry if it is too complicated. I'll try again. We will never stop trying the delivery of this truth to you. Our advance never stop trying, and we won't either. So thank you, our advance. Thank you everyone for listening. May you all understand Dhamma. May you all feel the difference. May you all have the supreme bliss of this non-vibration. Thank you.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpado.
Ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And we're starting with page 113 today. Some people who believe they have achieved arahathood are mistaken because beneath the mind consciousness, they still hold the notion of an I, me, or mine. Nibbana is far from them because Nibbana cannot be reached through knowledge alone. If someone thinks they possess knowledge and tries to understand arahathood through that knowledge, it is a significant mistake. They're limited to knowledge, which itself is just another concept, a thought pattern. Thoughts imply the existence of a soul. The path to Nibbana is about ending the concept of a soul. How can a person who is entangled with the idea of I am very knowledgeable
ever be an arahant. The entire Buddha Dharma focuses on ending the cycles of birth and death by relinquishing the sense of being an individual or by realizing selflessness. Complete selflessness is what defines arahathood. What happens here is that the feeling of being an individual self gradually fades and is ultimately eradicated. This happens only through supreme awareness. Participant, what is Ogatharane? Aran Wahanse. This refers to extinguishing the burning fire created by defilements. A person on the path, after recognizing defilements, carefully observes how they fade. Even in silence, they recognize their own defilements as well as those in others. Such people become extremely straightforward. This is a sign of spiritual advancement. Participant, that is why we need the guidance of the noble friend or Kalyana Mitra. Arayan Wahanse, yes, indeed. Eruwan Saranai. So here the teaching addresses a common misunderstanding. Some people believe knowledge alone can make them an arahant. Arayan Wahanse emphasizes that knowledge is still a mental concept, a form of thought, and any attachment to I or mine blocks true liberation. Nibbana is not intellectual. It cannot be achieved through intellect. It is the complete fading of the individual self, the notion of the self, the perception of the self, the sense of self that we feel, which occurs through supreme awareness or super awareness, not by thinking. Ogatharane is a metaphor for extinguishing the inner fire of defilements. A practitioner observes how these impurities arise and fade, both in themselves and in others. This observation cultivates straightforwardness and clarity, that honesty that we were talking about yesterday, being true to yourself. However embarrassing it is to admit this, the drawbacks of this so-called self, one has to be really straightforward. One has to be really genuine and really honest with themselves. To be able to admit this, then only there's this chance of really being able to see how this notion of the self, the sense of the self is created. This is a hallmark of spiritual progress. The guidance of a noble friend is essential because any help that they give to navigate the subtle traps of the mind that can mislead, and even it can mislead advanced practitioners. We've seen by listening to all these Zoom discussions and even within ourselves how many pitfalls and these traps that we've fallen into before realizing, under the guidance of the noble friend, under the guidance of Arayan Wahanse. So it's of utmost importance to have that guidance. You know, one might think when the defilements are diminished to a greater extent, or I do not have to seek guidance from Arayan Wahanse anymore. Maybe due to any reason. It could be, you know, you don't want to disturb him or whatever it is. Maybe you think he's busy. But that is why there is a noble friend. That is what noble friend's duty is. Because it's without seeing this truth within themselves, through the higher insights, through this abhijñā ஞāna, only by reading the book, Tripitaka of the Pali Canon, no one was able to really understand how this mind, the so-called world, the so-called self is created. Even the simple fact that we understand that it's created in the moment, even that was not understood by any of the seekers of truth who was referring to, neither who was referring to Tripitaka for years, nor who was engaged in doing concentration meditation for years. We've heard of seekers of truth being practicing concentration meditation for decades, and also seekers of truth who has been trying to make head from tail of Dhamma by referring to Tripitaka for decades, still without any progress. So the idea is it cannot be found in a book. Even during Buddha's time, Buddha didn't, when Upadisa Kolita came to him, Buddha didn't ask Upadisa and Kolita to bring the Tripitaka and come, or bring some scriptures and come. There was no book during Buddha's time. This was later, this was inscribed later as the Arahants during that period, I think 1200 BC, if I'm correct. Arahants from that period saw that the era of Arahants was coming to an end. So to preserve it, so that one day someone with higher insights could extract the message out of the book, or see the overall message the book was trying to expound, they inscribed it onto palm leaves. And that also kind of contributed to the very reason for the extinction of arhats as well. But regardless of what, now today, after 2500 years, it's open through the wisdom of Aryan Mahanse, the Noble Friend. And as we walk the same walk, trying to understand and realize this Dhamma, with the little insights we get, as any person who enters this path enters as a stream enterer, based in the ignorance, and as he or she listens to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma intellectually, as he gets to the practical approach, this Dhamma becomes his or her own direct knowing, as in this true wisdom of truth gets converted into wisdom of duty and wisdom of accomplishment. Satya Jnana becomes Krutya Jnana and Krutya Jnana. In that process of ignorance being converted to or transformed into nirvana, one has many insights. One experiences this Dhamma first-handedly. And in that quest, we see that this cannot be grasped by the mere mind. Initially, yes, it has to be understood intellectually, but what it's actually trying to communicate, what the message is actually trying to communicate, that cannot be absorbed by the mind, grasped by the mind. That's why we feel it within us. It's a feeling. It's the non-vibration. The non-vibration of the Noble Friend is kind of transmitted through the words on the surface level, but it's a transformation. It's a influencing the transformation of others, of who are in the path. So that is the deeper meaning behind this. So for the audience, the key takeaway is arahathood is not about knowing. It is about letting go by realizing this dharma. Letting go automatically happens as one sees that there was nothing to cling on to in the first place, because everything what we believed that existed was a mirage that came into existence in moment to moment through the speed, um, through fast vibrations, or through the inputs of the sense faculties. So we often think that achieving spiritual liberation is about knowing a lot or mastering certain concepts. And I think we had got few questions in this particular discussion as well about that. But it is not so. It is not the case, because there's all kinds of knowledge that's available about Buddhism. We have seen many Buddhist teachers. We have seen Thich Nhat Hanh, Dalai Lama, and Ajahn Brahmavanshu, all kind of these theros. But when we listen to these teachers, we can clearly see that they're in the mind. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. And one who would listen to these teachers would still argue about, even in Sri Lanka, we know there are all schools of thought about Buddhism. One says it's this over the other, and I mean, needless to explain all that, as we have gone through all these schools, and um, but still, until recently, until 5 years ago, we haven't seen not even a single person becoming a stream mentor. Yes, of course, people have been saying these things. This one is a stream mentor, that one is a stream mentor. But now, as we can go back and revisit those moments, now we can say clearly, even now when we listen to those monks that we used to listen so devotedly back in the days, they does not make sense at all in front of this Dhamma. Those discussions just don't mean anything at all. It's in a nutshell. Aryan Mahansi offers everything, the science, all these, whatever Buddha was trying to expound, the science, everything kind of comes to life in one place. It's like, in a nutshell, everything could be explained. What science was trying to explain, all these questions a lot of people had all this time. What is this world? Who is God? And why do bad things happen to good people? Why do good things happen to bad people? All these questions people had. Why did this happen to me? I haven't done anything wrong in this lifetime. All these controversies, they're all addressed in one place. How this world is created. Science is trying to kind of um, dissect things into smaller things, and into even smaller things, and into even smaller things. Like, we know they explain the world in terms of atoms, and then protons, neutrons, electrons, now photons, mesons, nitrons. So like, it continues, it doesn't end, and they still cannot settle in one place and begin to explain the entire thing with one theory of everything. They have been trying to, but they can't. If they make sense of one part of science, they can't make sense of the other. So there are so many discrepancies in science, and whatever they say, okay, this is the truth, whatever they claim as the truth, five years down the line it changes, 10 years down the line it changes again, 15 years down the line it changes again. So nobody knows what to believe in anymore, what to accept as the truth anymore. So this truth comes into the picture in the most in the perfect moment, in the most needed hour, where this kind of an explanation is required, because people are kind of helpless. Even the so-called educated people couldn't make sense of uh, sense of anything after billions of dollars spent on research. So, and a person who seeks this truth, who comes from all kinds of avenues into this place, still would believe that they need a lot of knowledge, a lot of need to know the meaning of a lot of Pali words, or need to know Abhidharma, or the highest insightful Dharma. But that is not the case. Even a 7-year-old could understand this. Even a person who's not educated, even a person, untouchables, Sunita and Sopaka, they were uh, cleaning the stools of people, that kind of people. They had no advanced background or whatever. Um, um, we know this lady who was serving others. There was another lady who helping the husband uh, after he goes hunting and brings home the dead animals. She used to butcher them. So all kinds of people coming from all kinds of backgrounds. Angulimala, who was a murderer, they understood this dharma. They didn't, when they came to Lord Buddha, they didn't have any deep knowledge on this. So they had basically no idea. Most of them had no idea who Lord Buddha was even. But Lord Buddha was able to show them very easily by really seeing through where they stand in terms of whether they're closer to the vibration, non-vibration or not. By seeing that, Lord Buddha was able to explain to them if explain to them how this mind is created and the fact that there is no self. The so-called self is a instant creation, momentary creation that comes into life moment to moment. Because of the speed, it feels like there was a continuous entity. There never was a self. So it's a very simple message. As we have different kinds of perceptions, you're coming from different kinds of bodies and different kinds of perceptions. It's the way in which one would understand and realize this would differ. So the task of the noble friend is to tailor this message based on where these people come from, where these what kind of understanding they come from. So it's very clear that you don't need a book, and in fact, the more knowledge one has, more harder it is for that person to understand. Now, we We know that a 7-year-old, this is something a 7-year-old can understand. What can a 7-year-old understand? What kind of situation would make it easier for a 7-year-old to understand this? It has to do, it has to be something to do with that them having a simpler mind than an adult. Because as we grow into adulthood, initially when a child in a toddler when a toddler starts speaking, it's that's when the mind is developed. Mind begins to be developed gradually, and as he grows into become an adult, this mind becomes so complicated, so complex, sophisticated. There's many words, many thoughts that get tangled and entangled and creates a more sophisticated mind. But if when you have a simpler mind, not a very complex mind, a mind which is very much closer to a radiant mind, this message could be grasped very easily. We have seen these new Zooms that RN has started for the youth. The young children, they understand this very easily. It hasn't even been 2 months, and as we listen to those sermons given by RN Mahansi, or the discussions between RN Mahansi and those children, we see that how easily they had understood this message, which took us years to even begin to understand. So, meaning how closer we are to the radiant mind, then that is what matters. That is how the message will be tailored based on that. That is not the fact that someone has a lot of knowledge, a lot of accumulated knowledge. So, Nandima, Teron Saranai, Sindhu now is Namali, I think Nicolette Yama.
Therwan Saranai Hanshi. Yeah, thank you so much for that very excellent explanation. Yeah, actually, the young children understand this much better. So compared to grown-up, because the grown-up world is much pressed. It is the pressed mind. Mind is not very much pure. Mind is obsessed with a lot of worldly perceptions. The world has become real, and that has practiced for so long, and so find it difficult to understand the reality behind the real world. So all the time, the chance of getting deluded by the illusion is quite high for these grown-ups. Because the mind is some vibration. Mind, so what's the mind? Mind is kind of some bandwidth, like, so some frequency, some wave, some power. That can be lust, that can be hate, that can be desires. So all these are sort of, you see some ups and downs, but that carry some same level of power. So what is this same level of power? That is this existent field, or the alive field. So for example, now if we take a very small example of flowers, like everyone love to grow flowers in their gardens. But now see, let's assume some grow a plant, and after some years time, the bush is very nice. filled with so many flowers, and people, neighbors around, relations visiting or visitors sees this, and you see they started picking the branches, and maybe they start picking flowers. So what's the kind of feeling one would experience in that moment? So in that moment, someone can feel bad. So sometimes hate can develop, some deep pain can come. So as if like someone cut my hands, like so. When the branches are, you see, taken out from the bush, so someone feel like, so what is this? So this is the mind, because how this kind of a feel come, because that flower will not last. I mean, it bloom in the morning, and it ends sort of at maybe at the evening time. So why so much, you see, um, so much unhappiness one would experience in relation to just a flower, because it knows very well, I mean, it's not a permanent thing. It's highly impermanent in nature. So that's why this permanency, impermanence, you see, all this is a field. Because as long as this flower, to what extent one's association, that is this perception. So flower is the perception in the present moment. Flower is your world in the present moment, but the flower give rise to so much ill feel. Why? You were very happy in a minute before, but when you see the flowers up, somebody picked the flower and not you, why that unhappiness come? Because it is this perception variation. Because it is the person, you, who plant that flower. In that moment also, look, it is me there. It is self there. And it is me who water the plant. It is me who manuate. It is me who protected it from maybe some other weeds or some any animals and so on. So it is in my plot of land maybe. So everywhere, it is not the water, it is not the tree, it is not the soil. So everywhere some other thing is happening. That is me. It is the me getting grown up each and every point place. So this is what happening. We really feel like it is the flower, but without without somebody's intervention, the underline, the base, that me, self, feel, the existent feel has developed. That's why the present moment flower is the world, but behind that there is a big story of self, big story of a life feel. So this is what is happening. This is the perception becoming stronger without somebody's knowledge or without somebody's intervention. So that's continuously happening. So that is just a flower. Even if you have a cat or a dog, same thing can happen. So it is not about having things. It is not about you see, it is not about understanding the thing. In this world, things you see has no meaning because none of the things are really experienced. What is experience is this mental fabrication or this mental illusion. But that illusion becoming stronger and getting heavier is the problem here. So once it comes to very high level of illusionary power, then it's very highly difficult for somebody to believe that it is not in outside. All the time the feel comes like everything is there in the outside life. But the reality, when someone sees what's really happening here, really it is just a moment created by the senses. So it is the sensory world. So that is the real world. Real world is an illusion. And so some balancing you see can occur only if this truth is seen. Truth is seen and thoughts is well understood by the system, because system get a chance to see very clearly what's the reality, because all this time this system is like a program. It was really running in an incorrect program. So that program was of a developing nature, like some artificial intelligence technology, where some artificial AI that have the capability of developing on its own based on other people's input or questions or some research or things that they work out with AI. So something like that. So that is the mind. So this mind is a process that have the capability of getting stronger and stronger. And that's why this suffering come, because because everything become real in the mind. So it is the mind actually. So the present moment becoming real is the thing which is happening here. But when the reality is seen, that becomes the breakthrough, and that system doesn't want to be in that illusion anymore. So then it's quite easy. So it is not that then it is not a problem of thing, or it is not a problem of having nothing. So everything is there, but it is the nothingness found in everything. So that's different. So there is a clear difference between the how things are felt and how world is found. What is the real world found? So that's why this honesty is very important, because this is sort of some noble investigation that has to happen within, because what is the real world experience? Are you experiencing a world of the true world, or are you really finding a world? Because if you find a world means what? You have a world means still the illusion is forming. That's why the honesty is very important, because there is no any other way. No one can judge, because one can say, because if someone is asked like, how do you feel like, there is some you see some image of mind image of that and this, so that can come out. So therefore the soliloquy is the, I mean, one can have a kind of insight to see what is the reality, what is this present moment. So in this present moment, it is not like a focused mind, but whenever the world become real, that must be seen. That must be seen. So that seen is the insight. What's your real world? Are you finding a world? There is no way in this system for you for any world. So do you find a world? So that is a illusionary world. So if you find a world means something is there. Something is there means some power is there. Some power is there means continuation is there. Ongoing process is there. So this is not about telling. This is actually experiencing the liberation of self. So then only one can really frankly talk about. You see, one can really talk about a kind of a tranquility, kind of a permanent relief. There is no permanent relief until, because this world is the one, because what is the real world? So this world, there is a strong misconception that the world is real. So that is this existent feel. So this existent feel perception has to drop. So that has to drop. So that is the disconnection. That is the sense of disconnection from entire samsaric cycle. That is the relief of pain. That is the relief of major suffering. That is the relief of thought burden. So human can't do this. Mind can't do this. So only where is something is happening here. So everyone is suffering in the same film. It is not two films here. It is the same film. In the same film, everyone is suffering. So if this film, understanding the film is the only panacea for us, the only help for us. So only way to get out of this cycle effect. That's why this piece of message, as Harshi mentioned very clearly, grasping this message is very important, because that understanding is not complete until this transition occur. Because unless otherwise, what happened? There is so much delusion here that everything is permanent. Like there is a permanent perception behind every formation. So that nothing is real is the opposite. So then that has to be felt in and out. So that's why this Dhamma is very important to feel the reality behind every formation. So at least just one thought must be seen in and out crystal clearly. So and this everything is real. It is nothing found real here has to be felt in and out, and then that is the one which get pop out like the transformation, so the reality is felt as the reality itself, and then only there is no way that power can form. So, so it's a very beautiful Dhamma, and every moment there is a chance for everyone with this Dhamma for greater relief from suffering. Because whenever this perception carry the illusion or illusion becoming real, or when there is even power either like, so it's provide a greater way of um, seeing what really happening behind all this. So then the perception will not be a burden anymore, because this perception is the ignorance here. The perception is the drushti here. Perception is the misconception here. So it was like everyone is in a cage, because once someone is in the cage, you can only see the film created inside the cage. So this Dhamma provides you way out of the cage, because you find this cage is not meaningful. This film is not real. This film is the illusion. So it is really worth. Yeah, I can see Dr. Ravi is also joined. Harshi, Thiruvan Saranai.
Dr. Ravi, we would like to listen to you as well.
Thiruvan Saranai, Harsh Thiruvan Saranai Nandima. Thiruvan Saranai Aranwas, Thiruvan Saranai everyone. I think you have been discussing about how this illusion is getting created, isn't it? So only thing how you we have been talking these things for about more than 6-7 months. I don't know whether people who are listening this they can clearly get this message. So what is underlying fact behind everything? So everything arises because we tend to feel something something as real. So that is the issue here. I think that is the most important thing that we have to understand. Being a living being, in the sense we are calling animals and humans are living beings. So why we say so? Just because we have some kind of a feeling like that we are living. So that feel is called this itsanya. So just because we are having this feel of existence, we can talk about these things, about this illusion and all these things. So if you don't have this kind of a feel, so you don't feel like that you are living, so that means you are not no more in that you won't believe any kind of an illusion, or whether it's real or not. You don't bother about these things. But unfortunately, as human beings especially, we also feel this life feel. So what Buddha said was that this life feel, this alive feel, is not true. Even though Buddha said like that, we tend to feel that we are living. We feel, even though Buddha says like that, we feel we are living. So we are helpless in that aspect. But what Lord Buddha said is just try to figure it out what's happening there. Then of course you will be able to understand there is nothing to be felt here. Even though we feel we are living, what Buddha said is, if you understand this entire process, the mechanism, how this kind of feeling gets created, then you will understand there is nothing to be felt like living being. So, eh, so it's very difficult to understand what he says, but if you have some kind of curious mind, you have this opportunity to explore what Buddha says. Whether the statement that he declared might be wrong, might be wrong or correct. So with that curiosity, if you start exploring this thing further and further, then what will happen? You tend to understand. You tend to understand that there's nothing to be felt as a live thing, live living being. So, so it is very revelationary statement, because that's all what Buddha said. This is the core message. Even though you think that you are a living being, but you are not a living being. But it has to come from the understanding. It's not another kind of a knowledge. It should not be another kind of knowledge. If it is become another kind of a knowledge, there would be a person who knows that fact, that there is no such a living being here. But it just not a fact. It is some kind of a realization. First, in order to achieve that kind of a realization, you have to have the prior knowledge for that. What is the knowledge here? The message from Buddha. What Buddha said is, there is no living being here, even though you feel that you are living being, but that is wrong. There is no person here, no person who is responsible for the things that you do even right now. That is the message that given by that announced to the world by Buddha. So what is our part as listeners, as followers of Buddha? What is our part? Our part is to explore and see whether that statement is correct. So I personally feel that I am living. I am a living being. I am the one who is carrying out these day-to-day activities. I am the one who have uh, gone to that kind of school, and I am the one who is got the degree from that particular university. So I am that kind of a degree holder. So I am practicing as a doctor as my career. So all these things are there with the with some underlying fact that I am the one who is doing, and I am the one who is bearing certain positions in this society. But what Buddha said is, even though you think so, just because you are having that ignorance, but in reality, there is no person who bears certain responsibilities or certain positions in the society. In order to do so, in order to have the proper realization, what you have to do, we have to conduct our own experiment within us, whether that statement is correct, whether that initial statement is applicable to ourselves also. So it has to, so this experiment, it is kind of an experiment by involving ourselves, by putting ourselves as the sample. So you become the sample in that noble experiment to see whether the sample gets changed with the understanding, with that particular understanding. In order to do so, we have to learn what Buddha said, and we have to see this Dhamma in that unique perspective that has been taught by Lord Buddha. That unique perspective is non-soul perspective. So non-soul perspective is just peep into this experiment, just start with this experiment with a non-soul angle, from a non-soul angle. Just keep it in mind, there is no soul here. Then you better try to see this entire process from that angle. There is no person here. So then you will understand it happens into a certain system, and there is no doer here. So then you will realize, after you get the proper results from that, through that experiment, there is no call, and there is no person called me as well. So I'm the one who is subjected for that entire experiment. Then you, as the result of that experiment, you will come across that the subjected sample is not more there. It cannot be found anymore. Sample is gone. Sample is gone in the sense the notion that had earlier with that sample, the I, me, mind notion has now gone after doing the experiment. So this is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give into this entire world. So it has never been revealed by anybody else into this world. So in Niganta meditation systems, or in concentration meditation, so they start meditating with the doer here. So he is the one who is trying to do this Anapanasati meditation or whatsoever. Ultimately, he will be in a state of some kind of a stillness and so on. The same thing happened to Buddothpada in those days as well. We have certain examples from Buddha era. So Buddothpada came and asked Lord Buddha, so I'm also in the same state where you say, where you also attain through Nibbana. But Lord Buddha say, no Buddothpada, you are wrong. So there is a person who feels this freedom within you. But in the state of Nibbana, there is no person who is feeling that kind of a freedom there, that kind of a liberation there. That is so different. Still, you have the probability of coming back to the state of mundane world. All realms will be there at in some point in your life, because still your self is there within that peaceful of within that freedom. You are the one who is feeling that freedom. But what I say is totally different from that. The state of freedom that you will feel at the end, that means the Nibbana, there would be no person to perceive that feeling either. So to that, Lord Buddha said, that is the Buddha nature of Buddha. So everybody become to that level from this understanding. So understanding should be there. So what should be the first understanding? At least for the knowledge, they have to have that there is no doer here. Buddothpada didn't have that kind of prior knowledge when he started meditating. So that's why even at the end of doing this concentration meditation, he couldn't get rid of the self, because he didn't know that there is no self here. But when compared with that knowledge, that understanding, if you clearly see this, what Buddha said is, in first hand, Buddha says, just for the knowledge, that is better that you understand there is no doer here. With that notion, try to see this Dhamma from that perspective. Then you will realize that there is no person here. So that push you towards this true liberation. So that liberation doesn't have a person. So there would not be kind of a person to pursue that liberation. So that is the way how these two things get separated. So that is very important, I think. Yes, these are the things that I have to add here. I don't know whether Randima spoke about these things. Anyway, do you have any? So what I have to tell is, our challenge is to how you should get away from that actual feel of aliveness. So we still feel, if I touch my head with my left hand, I still feel this is my head. So that makes me to sense that I am still living. That's why we tell I am a living being. When compared with the dead person, even we touch this cadaver, that dead body, he doesn't or she doesn't feel that we are touching him or her. But somebody comes and if somebody comes and touches me, so I feel somebody came and that feeling. So that makes me to feel that I am living. But what Buddha said is that feeling is also not true. Because of the ignorance, you get that certain feeling. So what Buddha said is there would be no difference between a died person or a living person once you understand this Dhamma. So, so that is very beautiful because the alive feel will fade away once you understand. So that doesn't mean that you completely uh, get away from these day-to-day activities and your loved ones and all these things. No, until our faculties are there, until we exhale our last breath, it will remain as same. They will remain as same, but it won't change. Your interactions, your father, mother, brother, those responsibilities that you can carry out as usual, it won't change. They won't change. But with the understanding, you tend to feel that you are no longer a living being. So for a mind, it's difficult to grasp this fact. But if you come and see this Dhamma, you will feel that you are not a living being anymore. So I think this is very yes, that is never heard before Dhamma. That we can say that yes, we haven't heard this before, but that is the truth. It is not just a faith. It is not so we don't become a follower blindly of Lord Buddha. After doing the experiment, incorporating yourself as the example, putting yourself as the sample, you will realize this for sure. So that is yes, Harshi, Tirvan Saranai, Randima Tirvan Saranai. What do you think? And do you have anything to add or comment? Tirvan Saranai.
Yeah, yeah, Dr. Ravi Theruvan Saranai. I think this for the sense of the self to diminish, the practical approach is the one that is the most useful, because like you said, when you touch your head, you feel like you're touching your head. So what it does is all these situations are addressed through the practical approach, especially the first karma sthana, where the so-called external is not real. So when you touch your head, if you can just close your eyes and just pay attention to the experience of uh, that feeling, that so whatever the feeling that you're feeling, that experience, without any words, without any thoughts, mm, and if you kind of immerse yourself in that experience and then shift your attention from that to the thought, I am touching my head,
Mhm.
and kind of immerse yourself, there's no self, but immerse in that experience of the thought, experiencing that thought, there's a clear distinction.
Yeah.
That feeling is different to the thought. So this is the throughout the entire foot is created, how the flow is created, how the label was given in the first place. And out of two things, out of sounds and form, how the thought came into existence. That this is where that example you put, cement, stones, sand, and water on this end as raw material, and on the other end, the output is some sort of concrete animals, concrete ducts, concrete posts, and whole idea about these elements, the raw materials that was inputted is now different. Now we are freely saying, now this is an animal, this is an elephant made with concrete, this is a horse made with concrete, this is a duct made with concrete. But what are the constituents? What are they made up of? Cement, sand, water, and rocks. Similarly, thoughts. Now that is the metaphor or the analogy or whatever you want to call it. Similarly, the thoughts on this end, the thoughts come out. What are the thoughts? Mother, father, the flow, the right foot, the hardness, solidity, roughness. What was inserted, what was inputted as the raw material? Sounds, images, smells, tastes, touches, or vibrations, different ranges of vibrations. So when, just like when raw material, cement and stuff was inserted and the concrete elephants came out, vibrations was inputted and mother came out. Now mother has value. That's been given the value that's been attributed by the system. Similarly, when I walk on the floor, my foot stepping on the floor is rough, different values attributed. Rough is a different value, smooth is a different value. It's like currency kind of. The floor, my foot has more value compared to the floor. So if you really like immerse yourself in that experience, how this attention moves from seeing images to hearing sounds to sniffing smells to feeling the solidity to observing a thought.
Yeah. Yes,
So
Ashi, as you said. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Yes.
so that's the labels lose value. Labels slowly. I mean, not that you don't know the label or recognize whatever you see or listen here. The perception dissolves little by little, like how you would brush something with layers and layers and layers of rust or dust or whatever. Initially, you can't feel this perception of self being dissolved or diminished. But over a period of time, like, if you started eating, going out of your diet or whatever, your wife won't recognize that you're gaining weight. But after a month of like not eating healthy or whatever, somebody else would see you after a couple of months. That person will be like, "Oh, Ravi, you have gained weight or something." Similarly, since perception of self over a bit of a longer period of time, it will occur that that weight or the internal burning wasn't there. Like it's as if almost the sense of self is absent, and then that comes through a thought, and then again that thought too doesn't have value. What happens is then that thought has more value because that means I'm on the path. There's progress. Somebody's on the path. The self is on the path, even though self is slowly diminished in other aspects of the experience. Now it's being created by observing the progress. And then we see that it comes to the second karmasthana, where there's nothing in thought as well. Thought doesn't have any value. It's just like how concrete factory made concrete elephants with cement, rocks, water and sand. Then you pay attention to this now, thoughts. Now most of the external has no to little value, the thoughts. Thoughts are again all kinds of thoughts, all comes in all colors, forms, and shapes, like mother thoughts about mother, romantic thoughts, um, thoughts of jealousy, thoughts of anger, superiority, whatever it is. We think they have different values because at the moment we feel that value, like, I'm this kind of person. Why did this person talk to me? Or, oh my God, or some sort of a nostalgic feeling. We used to go to school, and those days are the most beautiful. We had friends, and those bonds are the strongest. Whatever you think, we think these words come or thoughts come with these inherent values, but it's not. It's just made up of some vibrations or sounds, smells, tastes, touch, that sort of stuff. So again, no value. Some value is being attributed to something that never had value. So as you see that, it's just opening up to just the process of the senses. Just even then, it's down to seeing. Seeing now is seeing real? Is the bat seeing the same thing that is seeing to me in the moment? Is the dog hearing the same thing I'm hearing? It's our own limitations of or the capabilities of the senses now, or the fact that sound is just a vibration. The contemplation and that penetrative insight in the moment. How is sound? How does sound become a vibration? The function of a pitchfork. How does it work, and how can the sound work the same way, and how's the experience of listening doesn't have any words in it. So that kind of contemplation and the practical approach slowly dissolve the self and kind of shed light on the fact that it's just a function of the sense faculties, the whole experience. And it doesn't even mean there's something called sense faculties. Sense faculties meaning seeing. Seeing is nothing but a bunch of vibrations. It doesn't even happen at a far distance. Like, it's just like a projector. When you have the projector and it's projected onto a screen, if you take the screen even further away, the movie moves further away. If you bring the screen closer, the movie comes closer. So our projected vision is also like that. It's created in the eye, and visible range of light. So that kind of contemplation and penetrative insight, and how if you have listened to that, there's a nice video on YouTube called Virtual Barber. You have to wear headsets, and if you listen to that, it feels like barber is cutting your head, and he's going around your head from left to right, top to bottom. And this is just a vibration created in the the vibration created in the earphones. And how is it capable of giving us the illusion of somebody moving around our head? So that kind of contemplation, really contemplating, how is it? So really inquiring, is that true? How does it happen? Really, like really questioning within you and try to see the answers within yourself really helps in the process. Sometimes you see most of the things. Certain things we just go to just play with knowledge, and some certain realizations of the Dhamma is kind of breached with just knowledge, because we haven't done that particular contemplation. We have kind of avoided or not done that contemplation yet. When we try to explain, there was a nice example recently when Narayana Mahase asked about what is the truth. the way those mothers answered the question, whoever answers that question, the answer that comes, that is where they are in the journey. That is that is like the indicator. So if someone says, because that is how we walk this too. When I started with, there's no thing called mind. Say when Aran. So if at that point, if Aran Wahanse asked, "What is the truth?" my answer would be, "There's no such thing called mind." And further down, there would be, "There's no one called self." Whatever we understand, whatever the understanding we hold in the moment, that will be the answer. As time moved, as the fact that there's no mind is created in the moment is more clearer, then there's a fact that there's no external world, there's no self, or rather they are creations of the faculties in this moment is clear, then that will be the answer to that question. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Yes, that was very nicely explained by you. Yes, that is great. So as you said, ultimately, what we have to know is, we are, even though we tell that we are living, what actually happens here is, we take some kind of experience to a thought. So the thoughts are made by our own minds. So thoughts are not real, but experience would be there until we'll realize this completely. Experience in the sense, as Harshi said, when you move when you walk on a tiled floor, we feel the hardness of these tiles. So then you step onto a place where wet area, then you feel the wetness of the floor. But we are so what we initially felt was the hardness, or the hardness of the tile, and then we felt the wetness. So all those two things are experiences. So on top of that, we make huge heap of thoughts that I walked into that area. It was a tile floor. The consistency of tile is the hardness. And also, so tiles are so hard because I stepped next into a wet area. So that's why I felt the wetness. So likewise, those are the things we created. But the actual thing is the initial experience that we had. Likewise, we also experience ourselves at in early stage of life. So I am the one who is walking in this tile floor. All these things are thoughts. They are created within our mind. So they are thoughts. But the experience is the firmness of the the solidness of the tile floor. So the rest of the things are all created by ourselves. So that's why Lord Buddha said, we are living in a thoughtful world, full of thoughts. Chitte niyati loko. But this world is not real. Only the experience. Actually, if I myself become a thought, so how would there be a person to perceive that the firmness of this tile floor? No, just the firmness only. Or if you step onto the wet area, just the wetness only. There's no person here. So that is very difficult to grab at suddenly. But if you think in that line, it is not hard to figure out either. So there is no so the my mind is also a construct of our own mind, which had been tied up to the initial experience that we had after seeing through the mirror. That is also experience. So to that experience, the new experience tie up. Then you create a huge kind of a story. That story is completely a man-made one, mind-made one. So there is no truth in it. So that point we have to understand. So we are living in an illusionary world that has been created with thoughts. So that understanding we have to have at the beginning, it seems. So then you will then the path is clear for you. The path will become open for you, because you tend to feel the real experience without the uh, uh, mental constructs. That doesn't mean the thoughts would come. That's all right. But there are no real value in that thoughts. So you from bottom of your heart, it doesn't come to assign kind of value to those thoughts. So it comes through the understanding only. Even though I say, if you listen this as another kind of a piece of knowledge, that won't help you to get through this illusion. Just contemplate initially, then you will realize, yes, wow, what Lord Buddha said was very correct. We are in a huge mirage. We are trapped in a mirage that has been made from our own mind, So we were in the trap. So other than the pure experiences we receive from our faculties, anything won't be there. So I think, yes, we are almost heading towards the end of this program, isn't it, Hashi? So,
Yeah, Dr. Ravi. So, yeah, thank you for your valuable input, and Randima, also thank you very much for your valuable input. Let's wrap up for today, right?
okay.
Yeah, thank you, Namali and Sindhu. Let's pay homage to Aryan Mahansi at our feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansi. Let's meet again tomorrow. Thiruvan Saranai, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Harshi.
much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very
Ravi.
much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Saranai, everyone.
Radhima. Thank you, everyone. Thiruvan Saranai.
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walk among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in the darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that make us weep. You soothe the wound that make us weep. Buddothpada Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermon bells. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Nibbana now is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Aryani, may we live long, our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide, in gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada Aryani, bright as the sun, may your holy word never be done. May your holy word never be done. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani.
Ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 3 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And we are Starting at the bottom of page 54, the Upasaka asks Aryan Vahanse, is it necessary to practice frequently at the beginning? And then the Aryan Vahanse says, it doesn't happen overnight. The mind is getting scattered. Once he realizes the truth, he will enter into the path without a doubt, not getting into the lower lives. As he doesn't have other perceptions, he will be a definite stream entrant. All the perceptions are not true for him. Through all the perceptions coming in, he sees the world as unrealistic. He comes to know that the world is not existing outside and it is the creation of the mind within. These all mean the stream entrant does not fall back into the ordinary or the Pruthajjana world. The reason is he has already a stream entrant. He sees the unrealistic nature of the world. For the worldly person, this is not true. If he told that the world is not true, he does not accept it. He will tell, what are you talking about? See this, touch here. All there, this is the world. But if he tells, see and touch a person who has realized the Dhamma, he would say that he can't feel that there is a world outside. And in turn, he may ask whether does the other person have a world. He can show a world outside, but the person who realized the truth cannot show that there is no world. It's the difference between the one downstream, Anusota, and the one upstream, Patisota. Both sides get changed. If we talk like this, people would think that we are mad. Aryan Vahanse says, if we talk otherwise, nobody knows. Now where we live, nobody knows. This is a better way of living. We have great freedom over here, very present. That's why the Buddha frequently walked into the Andavana. The Andavana is the place within where there is no thing in. If we explain this, it can be taken from the wrong side. Now we are talking about the present moment. There is nothing in this awakening stage. Even though everything is there, he doesn't feel any value in them. What he sees or hears because he has an insight like he is awakened from a dream, it is called awakening to the moment. When you realize this Dhamma and get used to it, you will feel that you are entered into monkhood. The bhikkhu or the monk is the one who experiences this truth. These were the ones the Buddha offered instant monkhood, ehi bhikshu, and also higher ordination, upasampada. These have been asked to bear the robes. This is the real monkhood offered by the nature. In the Bhikkhu Sutra, the Buddha has shown that the bhikkhu was the one who sees the truth of the object coming to the mind. Also, the Buddha explained in Tattana Kusala Sutra, the one who sees, this is the form, iti rupang. This is the origin of form, iti rupang samudaya. This is the cessation of the form, iti rupang attagamancha. This is the pleasure of the form. This is the pain of the form. And detaches from the form is called bhikkhu. The Buddha has said that one who does not see these 7 things of the form is not bhikkhu. Taken as a thing itself is the pleasure, asada, pain, adina, and the detachment, nisarana. If it is a thing, it's a pleasure. If it is seen as nothing, it is the pain. Seen as nothing is also detachment. This is the whole Dhamma. This also is called seeing the truth of the mind object, seeing the origination and cessation of the aggregates. And getting liberated from aggregates is observing precepts by nobles, Arya, Kanta, Sila. Then one who sees this philosophy is called the noble or the Arya. So this path to awakening, entering the stream and seeing the truth of the world. What is this exactly? If you think about the mind of a person from the mundane world, he or she has a very scattered mind. Or whoever, before realizing the truth, has a very scattered mind. Therefore, the frequent practice is necessary. So at the beginning, definitely the frequent practice is necessary because seeing the truth doesn't happen overnight because of the scattered nature of the mind. Once he realizes the truth, he will enter into the path without a doubt. Mind is like a wild horse. Once did. The world is not existing outside. Now, the stream entrant knows this, knows that it is the creation of the mind within. For the person from the mundane plane or the worldly person, the world feels real. He can touch it, see it, smell it, and feel its weight. And if we try to explain him the truth, he will perhaps ask us, what do you mean the world isn't real? Look at it, you can touch it, feel it. You can feel its weight, it's 3D, it's solid. He or she will give answers like that. But for the one who has realized the truth, he sees but does not believe in things because he knows that there are no such things, no things except for their mental constructs. He experiences only colors, shapes, and sensations pretty much for what they are, but do not claim any ownership of them. The world is like a dream that he has been awakened from. So this is the nature of the realized one. So we cannot convince him the world is otherwise because he's now awakened from the dream to see this truth. Now, imagine you're in a deep dream where you're rich, powerful, or in danger. In the dream, everything feels completely real, right? But when you wake up, all the fear, attachment, and emotions disappear instantly. I'm sure all of you all have experienced this. So when the dream existed, all this was real, but it was never real, right? So this is exactly how a stream entrant see the world, like waking up from a dream, like all these strong emotions he once had. Teruvan saranai Aranatha.
Harshi, are you reading the book today?
Yeah, I read the book. Now I'm explaining Aranatha.
It's okay. Which page are you reading?
55 and 56.
What's your book name?
Volume 3, True Dhamma has awakened.
Volume 350,
55 and 56.
55 and 56. Yeah, it's okay. The True Dhamma has awakened, volume 3, 55. I don't know, say, if we talk, otherwise nobody knows. Where we live, nobody knows. This is better way of living. We have great freedom over here, very pleasant. That's why the Buddha frequently awake into the Andavana, blind forest. May I correct?
Yeah.
The Andavana is the place within where there is nothing in. Meaning is there. If we explain this, it can be taken from the wrong side. Now we are talking about the present moment. There is nothing in this awakening stage. Even though everything is there, he doesn't feel any value. In them, what he sees or hears, because he has an insight, like he is awakening from a dream. It is called awakening to the moment. When you realize this Dhamma and get used to it, you will feel that you are entered into a monkhood. Idabhikkhve bhikkhu is the Buddha's word is this. We want talking about Idabhikkhve bhikkhu. Our monks. Which monks? The Tathagata. That's Gautama Samma Sambuddha. We are talking. Who's the monk? Who's the monk? Someone understood this Dhamma. No one here, no being, no living being, nothing existent. Every time his thought is creating. Someone understood this thought is not real. It's our sense of creations, sound and form together. That's the thoughts. So that thought we are living in our mind. We are living the thought. It's not anywhere. No, am I correct? That is our monk. What is this? Our monk.
We can't hear you. So I think Aryan Vahanse's mic is mute. So until he joins us back again, I will continue with the discussion for the day. So when the stream mentor realizes the truth.
Yeah. There were the ones. It's okay. The bhikkhu is the one who experienced this truth. These were the ones, the Buddha offered instant monkhood and also higher ordination. Oh, this is a bhikkhu and the Upasampada story, no?
Yeah, I know. There was a man answer. So, when we keep seeing the truth and realizing the truth, the way we talk becomes different, and it becomes it's very difficult for other people who doesn't understand the truth, people from the mundane plane. They won't necessarily understand what we talk about.
Yeah, that's noisy here. That is why I silenced it. But you continue because the explaining is very worth. Otherwise, the Abhikkhu and the Upasampada is very worth. I'm talking about the Adhyatmika Upasampada. What's the real word is suitable word in English? Not a regular. Normally, culturally, our monks doing this, no? Upasampada.
Yeah, it's like a spiritual higher ordination as opposed to a traditional higher ordination.
Yeah.
That is what I can.
But you know what I explained this Sinhala Dhamma discourses these days very there's a new explaining that one, I think. No, that the Adhyatmika Upasampada is our inside changing. Inside our what is our inside converting, no?
Internal transformation.
Internal what's the word is internal?
Transformation
is really the Buddha's time. How is Buddha given the Abhikkhu and the ordinate? What's this Abhikkhu ordination? What's really English Abhikkhu?
It's an instant monkhood, like instantly wherever you are, in whatever.
You know, you know what is that? Especially no reading books or no reading words. Only the where in the that's a what is that?
Robe.
Oh, robe. Yeah, they can wear in robe. No any traditional any words or talking or anything not doing. They are not doing. Buddha sending the message them. Someone send the message. Okay, you suitable to wear in the robe. It's okay. You can wear in your robe. He can wear this robe and he can be monk. How is became a monk? How is Buddha doing this? Because inside changing is happen. That is why Buddha telling now you suitable this. You are in our monk. You know our Dhamma explaining now. Now you are not thinking the outside is real. You are now you are no. This every moment is thought is creating, but it is not real. No, that understand someone that's inside is changing is happening. He living the truth with the truth, nothingness. No, every time, every thoughts is nothingness. So that's the monk, real monk. That's the inside changing. That's the your word is that uh,
Internal transformation, Naren.
internal transformation. That's the suitable time. So that is why I explain this, because many corruptions, no, amongst this era is happening, because they are reading the books, they are reading the words, they are talking the words, and they are thinking we are in now Upasampada, but it's only the words talking, not inside anything to any change. So there is after normally not like that. That's a happening wrong. That is why is I explaining. But Buddha's time inside changing is happen. That's Buddha's word is there. That's a suitable of time to Upasampada. But this time, now today, 2,500 days after, no, today is a very problem. So huge problems here, because the words we are talking, but not inside changing, not suitable, because they are living outside, thinking that they are talking about the action and effect Dhamma, and they are thinking they are going samsara, chakra, cycle of birth. But this Upasampada is not like that. So not outside is real. Someone understand that is the time to Upasampada. So that is the suitable. How is the suitable? That is the understand one, that one. Otherwise, inside meditation is here. Not action and effect Dhamma is here. Is a cause and effect Dhamma. Someone understood. Nothingness here. Anything. So inside is changing. That's not doubt about it. It's the real Dhamma. Someone understood that. That's the inside change. That is the really we are talking about the Upasampada. What is this Upasampada? English word is, I think
Higher
there is a word.
ordination.
Yeah. Higher ordination, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a spiritual
Yeah.
ordination, yes.
Spiritual ordination. Yeah. I think this point is very worth today, because our monks want to know this. We okay, traditionally we can do that. It's okay, no problem. But we want really, what is the real happening here? We want to know this, no? That is why I explain this.
Naren answer.
Because really, what's happened here, they want to know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, no, I thought you stopped. Sorry, Naren answer. You can continue.
We are talking about instant monkhood. That the Buddha offered the instant monkhood and also high ordination. So inside one is understood the cause and effect, the everything is having the thought stimulus coming, that you are living in one thought. This it is not real. It's not real. That is why nothingness. Every thought is not real. These are sound and forms. These are thoughts. There's nobody in his system is working. That is the time. That is the time Buddha has given. Buddha offered instant monkhood and also higher ordination. That is the Upasampada we're talking about. A bhikshu with the Upasampada. It's okay. How to be the robes is okay. Cool.
Naren answer, we can't hear you properly.
Has found that the what it's okay. Now it's okay.
Now okay. Sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Signal problem is okay. So, this is the real monkhood offered by the nature. In the Bhikkhu Sutra, the Buddha has shown that the Bhikkhu was the one who sees the truth of the object coming to the mind. Also, the Buddha explaining Sattatthana Kusala Sutra. The one who sees this is the form, iti rupa. This is the origin of form. Iti rupan samudaya. Samudaya is the cessation of form. Iti rupan attagaman. Attagaman. This is the attagamancha. It's okay. This is the pleasure of the form. This is the pain of the form, and detach from the form is called a bhikkhu. The Buddha has said that one who does not see these 7 things of the form is not a bhikkhu. What do you think about this? Taken as a thing itself is the pleasure, asada, pain, adina, and the detachments is okay. Nissarana, asada, adina, nissarana is the Buddha's Pali word. It's okay. It is if it is a thing, it is pleasure. If it is pain seen as nothing is also detachment. It's okay. Asada adina nissarana is we are talking about the samudaya attagamancha. Iti rupang samudayo, iti rupang attagamancha. What is this verse sutras Buddha is explaining? Samudayanta attagamancha asada adina nissarana. That's the Sattatthana Kusala Sutra. Who is the bhikkhu? Who is the monk? The samudayanta is a Pali word. Samudayanta attagamancha asadancha adinancha nissarana. That is the explaining. No, samudayana is a how is this thought are created? Someone understood. That is the samudayana. Attagamancha, someone understood this thought is not real. That's the attagamancha is left. No, left that tree. That's a nothingness. No value is coming in that thought. No reaction. No. That's the no pain. That's good. Yeah, no pain. Thoughts are coming, but no pain, no vibrations. That is the attagamancha. Samudaya is now is understood. Samudaya is how is thought is created. Someone understood this is a sound and form. Nothing is here. Anything, but we are living in our thought. We are thinking, but it's not real. No value is coming because he understands this. That is no vibration here. That is why is attagamancha is happening. Samudaya attagamancha. Asadadi nissarana is this explaining. Yeah, what your idea is this? You explain this?
I was kind of going through it. So, I mean, seeing the truth of the mind in this moment, and that is the samudaya. You see how a thought is formed, how it's created into existence via name and form union. By name and the form coming together, image, sound, smell, taste, bodily sensations, and all of that, all the inputs from the 5 senses coming together and it becomes like a 3D real solid object. And you see every moment that when this external world become real to you, you notice that you have some sort of a pleasure or a pain. You feel that within. You're awakened to the feeling. So now when you have that feeling, you notice that feeling within you, the
external world has become real to you. So what you do is you see this truth. You first contemplate this truth because you have it in the form of the knowledge you have gained via the Shrutamaya Jnane. But you have to give that initial push into it to seeing the truth, and eventually it becomes like a second nature, and truth starts appearing as and when the external world become real. So that is the samudaya, seeing samudaya or experiencing samudaya. When you see that samudaya, when you experience samudaya, or when you get the insight of samudaya, it goes to cessation, meaning it goes to
The
Attagaman.
Samudaya, excuse me. There's the Samudaya is a how is thought are created? No,
Yes, I know.
thought is creating the system. Someone understood this thought how is creating. That's a process. Someone understood that one. That's a sound and form together coming. We are explained no long period. No, how our thoughts are creating, especially the sound and form, but other three: smell, taste, and the hot and cool, smooth and rough skin sensor. These five sensor, no, eye, ear, nose, mouth, and the skin. These are sensor in the so together. There's a speed is happening here. There's a rapid speed is happen here. So speed is the given this effort. That's a cause and effect dhamma. There's a waves. Speed is the cause. Effort is the sensor creations. No, that's the sensor creations. Light and the sound and smell, taste, and the hot and cool. These are together coming. That's the one spark. That's the mind consciousness. This consciousness word is the vinyana. Is the something existent feel is the consciousness. Other one is the eye consciousness. The light is existent feel. Other one is the sound consciousness. Is the ear consciousness. Is the sound is the existent feel. This nose and the smell consciousness, and taste consciousness is the tongue. Is given. The other one is the skin. Is the body consciousness. No, skin consciousness. These five consciousness is the consciousness word we are using about the something existent feel. Existent feel is light and the sound is existent feel. So nobody is here, no one is here, but this is a process. This system, no, it's automatically is happening here. Natural phenomena. Nobody is doing. No, these are together coming. That's the other one is the speed. Yeah, we are talking about the mind consciousness. Is the example is the chair. Chair have picture. Chair have sound. Chair have the smooth and rough. No, that's the chair. Is what is the chair? We have chair. What's the chair? Chair have picture. Chair have sound. Chair have the thickness. No, that's the body consciousness given thickness. So this one spark is no chair. That's the speed is given this. No, cause is the speed. Is the effort is the chair. That's a mind conscious. Everything is a thought. Is this mind conscious given? You know, this is our world. It's a thinking world. This thoughtful world, thinking for mindful world. So that is the samudaya. Samudaya we are talking about dukkha, samudaya, nirodha, marga. Dukkha is something existent. Is a dukkha. How is the something existent? Is a samudaya. Is the how is this creating? That's a samudaya. Samudaya jnana. We are talking. Someone know this. Samudaya jnana. That's a vidya. That's a four noble truth we are talking about. Everything is same. For one point is everything. Eightfold path, four noble truth, and the dependent origination is a one thought have everything. No, every moment have a thought. That one thought have everything. No, It's okay. There's a Samudaya is especially Harshi. You are explain what I explained is what you think about Samudaya. Attagamancha is okay, left. No?
Yes.
It's thoughts have no value is coming because it's not real. Understand is the inside meditation is here. One thought we understand is inside meditation. Every thought we have every thought have a vibration, every thought have a pain. Is vipassana khanika samadhi we are talking. That's the inside meditation is a vidarsana samadhi. Is a one thought is understand and the no value is coming. That's the vidarsana samadhi. But vipassana khanika samadhi, every thought is not like that. Every thought have a value. Can you realize that? What do you think about?
Yeah, Ren. Yeah, Ren.
Then we especially the samudaya. What you explain the samudaya is difference or same?
No. It's same thing, Aren answer.
It's okay.
I didn't go into so much detail. I was just saying the same thing in short.
Yeah, it's okay. It's clear, no? It's clear. Dhamma is clear, no? That's a Buddothpada Dhamma discourse is a very clear everywhere where the sutras is perfectly as the what's that matching, no? Perfectly matching this Buddha match, no? What is suitable? That the Buddothpada Dhamma discourses and the sutras are going by similar. It's same. No, it's one. No, two. The sutras meaning Buddothpada Dhamma discourses explain in the practical side is everything is no difference. We want to talk. I want to talk about that. It's the same. No. Why are you silent? Yeah.
Yes, Aren. I mean, Buddothpada Deshanasa, the sermons are very clear. I mean, the beginning, the middle, the end,
Practical
all
side,
are
no,
in accordance.
especially the practical experience. You can experience it, no? What's
You
the
can
word
see
is
it for yourself. After you
it's-
practice it, it becomes self-evident to you. I mean, nobody has to, even if someone comes and tells, it's not true or whatever, we do. I mean, it doesn't really matter to us because we know what's the truth because we have felt it. But for another person who doesn't understand it, it's just a matter of logic and word play and extracting some line.
You know, Harshi, very difficult. You know, Harshi, very difficult to understand. Nobody is here. It's not easy. Nobody is here. No one is here. Who are you? You are nothingness. It's very difficult to understand this because what is this happen here? No, what's this? No, it's very difficult to understand. Otherwise, it's very difficult to explain others because they have soul. No, they have ego. They are not believing this. Otherwise, this is not a believing. You won't realize.
For someone who believes in the self so much, if we say there's no one, it's like a slap on their face, like because they believe so much in this self. Yeah, it's not an easy Dhamma to understand.
Easy to explain. You won't experience, I think. Everybody won't experience. So first, everybody can hearing and is a knowledge only. After, I think everybody won't experience because Buddha's word is that no sandittika, akalika, eipasika, opanayaka, pachupanna dharma is a sandittika, no. It's not a believing. It's not a trust. It's an experience. You can experience. It's the truth. It's not believing. In the present moment, you understood this. You haven't a death or birth. It's the real. It's everything is a thought. How is this? No, unbelievable. No, death and birth is a thought. Yeah. What do you think about?
Even if we didn't come across this dharma, we would have never I don't think anybody else is explaining it like this or understand it like this. And just to realize that death is in a thought is taking away all the problems that we have, all the fears that we had. Like why we worried about the future so much.
Yeah. Harshi, many hand given, no, RNAs are doing here, Metmal Foundation and Metmal Arna Samasya Padanam. What is the English word is that? Metmal Arna Samasya Padanam. How is the English?
Metmalarna Foundation, I think you went by
Okay,
that name.
Metmal Foundation is a biggest now. Now he's huge one. Why? Do you know why I'm telling that? So you see, someone understood this Dharma is a oneness here, no different any others, because nobody is here, nothingness here. No, everybody is saying nobody is here is a nothingness. No, it's a oneness. No, all of them are
Yes.
same. No, so after that, how nice feeling is coming, tranquility and the peaceful. And we our mind is coming, no, metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, satara brahma is a Buddha's word. Is is a stage of spiritual finally. Is the arahata stage. No, the bahujana hitaya, bahujana sukha is the Buddha's word. Oh, you can explain that, it's okay. That's the
Yeah.
finally is the coming stage. Because
So
nobody
when
is here, no one is here, no ego is here, no defilements here. So that is fine. What do you think about?
yeah, it's like when you don't have the self interfering with everything you do, when you have the self, what you try to do is always be the bigger person in a crowd, better person in the society.
Yeah.
You somehow want to show off in some way or the other. It's a constant struggle to continue and maintain this kind of status in amongst people in the society. So even if you want to help someone, you do it to show others that you're a good person, not out of real love or real compassion. As long as you have this self, you can never be fully compassionate and loving for real. But if you don't have the self, you don't have this self-identifying view anymore. This self is not interfering. Self doesn't want to be the bigger, better person. Now, if you don't pay attention to a self to nourish this self, then you have all this freedom to think about other people and help other people because you don't have to prioritize you anymore. So it's easy and it automatically comes. Automatically, what is left is that love, compassion, loving kindness, four sublime truths. Satara Brahma Viharana. So
Yeah.
it's like automatically coming. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to push. You don't have to act a certain way. You don't have to give something away to someone and put it on Facebook and try to get praise uh, to nourish yourself. That kind of thing doesn't happen. Even because when the self is gone, you have a whole life to live. And what would you do with it except for help others, except for work for the betterment of others? Otherwise it will be a wasted life. Earlier it was you, now there's no you anymore. So you work on the to help others, to better make other people's lives better. So it's a beautiful dhamma, like even if someone says something, you don't have
It's okay. Harshi, I'm in Laos, no. Harshi, there's my eye, something that happened. The red is coming. When the doctor and I saw after, at that time, I saw the poor guys, helpless guys. So very cool night time here, weather. So they haven't a sweet or anything. So very sad to say this. So at that time, my mind is coming. I will do something. This guys, the village is a island like that, a river all there, no road is here. So these people very helpless. I know. After that, what I do, what I did. They
What?
given the sweetness, yeah, I've given the sweetness, all of them. So they are very happy. After 2 days after I given this, I talked the doctor and how is doing this. Doctor help me. So otherwise I did it. Is very happy to say. So this is not Sri Lanka. This is Laos. But you know, heart is the heart. Heart feeling is the heart feeling. No, that's a loving
Yeah.
kindness. Yeah, it's that's the feelings. No, that's the feelings. All of them are humans. No, so Sri Lanka here, I told our guys, you know, everybody is same. Tamil guys also, we are also the oneness. So not we want to helping. We want to help everybody. Not the everybody is the other religion and everybody. So no problem. All of them are human. It's okay. We can help. So that's a Balangoda. That's the school. Tamil school. We give the books. Okay. Little childs. No, it's very nice. This is Tamil guys. But we are our feeling is very good. They are not the Buddhist guys, but they are Hindus. But it's okay. This is humans. That's a nice feeling, no? We don't know anything. We are doing our feeling. We are helping others. So it's good idea. So I have that experience is last few months ago. Now Laos today, other countries, no, whole world, everybody, no. It's a nice feeling. I think it's the Buddothpada Foundation guys very happy with this experience. Otherwise, personally, I did it. My side, I decided no, it's okay. I would help them because the village guys is very helpless, unbelievable. So Sri Lankan, they are very helpless guys here, but you know, there's a whole world have this type of no very very helpless guys, poor guys everywhere. So everybody can do this. So I like to inviting the other monks. You can do something. You can do no other guys because Buddha's idea is that one. No, Buddha's idea is the helping others. So they want, they are in helpless. They don't know the truth. Otherwise, they are worried and suffering. How is this worried? How is this suffering? Because they don't know the truth. They are thinking, we are dead. So death is the huge suffering. So, but it is a thought only. That is why we are doing this Buddha's word. What is Buddha's want to do? Helping the others. No, helping this has the ending the suffering and sadness. So that's the Buddha's idea. So what we can do, we can do what we want to do. You want to do something. You have idea why you are hearing this Dhamma, why you are hearing the truth, why you are finding the truth. You are not the truth because you don't know the truth. You are blind. No, that is why you are suffering and sadness you have. But you know the truth. Suffering and sadness is the ending. That's because your circle of birth is the ending. Otherwise, suffering is the ending. Otherwise, you know everything is a thought. No, it's very interesting. This how is these feelings are coming? Loving kindness feeling is how is coming. No, this Dhamma is going that way. We want to know this. This is not a knowledge. No, this is not a knowledge. This is the nothingness stage. No, so we want to understand this. I asking everybody this. What do you think about this? What's your life? What's your idea? Why are you here in the Dhamma discourses, Buddothpado? Oh, yeah, Harshi. Yeah.
Aryan answer. So we were searching for this for a while, but we had a lot of suffering in our own lives. Like you say, how all 31 planes are in this thought. I have experienced that in my life. I saw hell, so I wanted to get out of that. So I was looking for Dhamma, and I went to so many monks before I found you and Dhamma, Aran Mahansa is explaining. So everybody else that I went to, they, according to what they knew, they said something and I understood something, but it wasn't kind of making sense. It's not the beginning is not in accordance with the end is not in accordance with the beginning. So that kind of scattered, they also can't match the beginning to end. But when I came across this Dhamma, I saw everything in one puzzle, like all the pieces put together in one jigsaw puzzle. So I didn't have to go anywhere else. After that, I haven't listened to any other kind of monks, maybe except for once or twice if somebody wanted to share something with me. Other than that, for almost 4 years I've been listening to this, and I saw the internal transformation within me. I shared how painful it was recently, also, to being like a feather, actually, no weight now. Earlier it used to be being upset about anything and everything, like what happened, and lot of losses, losing parents and loved ones and all that. But that way, and whatever you made, money, all that, lost everything. That weight was carrying you down. Like I couldn't have gone anywhere except for the hell after this life too. So now it's like so calm and quiet and so peaceful. No anger, no fears, no jealousy. Like it's like so full, it's like so complete within you. There's nothing like earlier. Even if you are in a good mood or whatever, you want something, you want to hang out with friends, you want to do this, that, to kind of feel full. You're not happy within yourself, but it is not the case anymore. I don't need anybody else to complete me or make me happy or whatever, because even without nothing, even if you're hungry or even if you don't have money or whatever the case, you're just happy for no reason, and just calm and peaceful. Even if people insult you or say bad stuff or whatever, it doesn't really matter. And nothing is anything anymore. It's just like, I don't know, maybe something bad has to happen to see what's going to how it's going to change. But like, there's nothing's weight is being carried anymore. Even if we walk back in the days, weight of everything was walking with us. Now the fact that it is the system is getting clearer and evident day by day, thought by thought, and it's just so easy. I mean, however much words I use, it will not be enough to explain this properly, because words obviously fail. Like Karen Hansen says, it's very difficult to explain this non-dual state with a dual dhamma, but we can only try. But one who is going through pain or whatever it is, or wants to know what the truth about this world is, definitely has to come here and practice this, and give it some time, listen to it, try to understand it, practice it, and see within you if it makes a change. Then that is the way Buddha also asks people to agree with the fact if something is a good dhamma. That's Buddha said to people from Kalama. So that's what Aran Mahansa says too, and that's what we did too. So anybody, just without arguing about words, arguing by standing on words, extracting some line from a bigger context and put it out of context and misinterpret and argue and try to make your point of view correct. Just take everything in its relevant context, full context, and try to understand what it says, because the idea is not to argue about it or be the better arguer or to prove that my point is the right point. The idea is to people are suffering. There's this your next birth is not guaranteed. You could be in any of these planes. Even if you're in the planes of the Deva, your next birth is not guaranteed. So, and you have enough of proof to see how much suffering even necessarily, if you haven't gone through enough suffering in this particular life, you can see how much people are suffering around us. Like Aryan says, Lara, like, we don't have to explain. If you go online, you can see all these things. So there's only one safe spot is to understand this, realize that this is all a mentally constructed world, and there's no self here, and it's only a system. If we think about the evolution, we evolved from the ape or the monkey or the whatever, and we have a more sophisticated mind than them. That can be seen from the fact that our physical activities are also more sophisticated than them. So this sophisticated mind is required to understand this kind of a deep Dhamma. So that is why it is rare. Rare is being born a human. Rare is listening to this Dhamma. Rare is finding this noble friend we have, and rare is awakening to this moment. And we have all four in place in this birth. So why waste it? And why argue about this and that, and just for a very narrow gain betray this truth? Just just pursue it, listen to it, awaken to it, and that is the best gift that you have in this life. Yeah,
Harshi, my mind is coming. Metmal village is the idea, because Laos, that village is very friendly with me, because there's a temple. Otherwise, the monks also very friendly with me. Otherwise, is the village guys, very helpless guys. But they are very friendly with me. I explain the Dhamma. Otherwise, so it is very nice to say. That village is the future, I think, is the Metmal village. This is the Laos. So it is the good news for everybody, I think, because I can help them, because very helpless guys there. No road or otherwise there. So everybody's going the boat. There's a river, huge river is there. So that's the world. That's the human mind. So I thought this idea, I have this idea, my mind is coming this idea in Sri Lanka, the area of the Mayangan. So otherwise, I can make this type, Surya and the Mayangana and the Rajangana, this area of the difficult areas. So I can make the village. So my mind is coming one time. So it's amazing, everything I can make, houses and the schools and everything I can make. So I have guts, I have feet. So everybody, I think, in with me. So Sri Lanka here, I can do this. I think Laos there. I think future is, you can see Metmal village is there. Unbelievable, I think, because I have this type of idea, the Thailand and the Pai. Pai is the village, there's a village side is there, very silent and calm, cool. So I have like these ideas, otherwise the Vietnam, it's Dalat. So it is very nice, yeah. Area, this is, so how is this, no? RNS's ideas. So I definitely Metmal RNS I made there, Thai and the Vietnam. Vietnam monks, there's a temple, as the monks are very friendly with me today also. So we are friends, yes. And this Dhamma, otherwise, we are given this Dhamma others. Is our freedom mind? Is not freedom mind. Is the freedom. It's the freedom mind. What we can want to do, what we want to do, we can do that. No, what we want to do. You want, you have power, you have That's the gods, no? You can do that. Yeah, Arana, Sri Lanka, there, here. How many Aranas now is happening? Otherwise, how many people in the this happiness? How many people in happiness today also? No, I started this no idea. I started this Dhamma explain, no idea. I have an idea today also, no plan, no idea. So so it's okay. What's the happen is the best, because it's the freedom mind like that. So we are trying to helping others, Dhamma and the everything, every side. We someone are helpless, I want help. That's my mind. So this life is not still. I don't know how long is here. This body physically is not still. But my idea is the idea. I will help. How can I do? It's okay. I do my best. I think everybody know this. I don't have the kindness ideas. So I don't want to do this. It's okay. I try my best. What do you think about Harshi? Met my villagers and the poor guys helping. What do you think about?
Yeah, that
Why
really
we
nice
are doing
plan.
Dhamma, helping the others? So physically we can do that, but other side is the mind. We won't do this best, but not only this, everything is helping. That's our side. What do you think? Do you
Yeah,
understood what what's my idea?
yeah, you want to create villages like
Yeah,
schools and with all the
it's happening. Yeah,
infrastructure for poor people. Yeah, and
yeah.
then that
I
that
can
will
do
be
that.
nice.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah,
Yeah, and they can get this Dhamma, and
yeah,
to most of and it's helping with the poverty, and then for the
yeah,
mind also.
yeah,
It's a good idea.
yeah. Because
That is
Laos,
what people
that
need, the
village,
truth eventually.
yeah, that village have they have made in the houses and the woods, not the constructing our Sri Lanka type. It's a woods made. There is everywhere is a forest, huge forest there. So they have that materials. So I can help them. My mind is kind. Yeah, we can do this. They can do that. I want help them. It's okay idea and encourage them. And they want few pushing the few the ideas and it's okay. I think it's happening. It's future you can see. Met my village, the Laos. Many guys ready for that. I told them, is we can do that. Everything we can make there. So it's okay, no problems here. Otherwise, Sri Lanka here, I think it's the future is coming. We made the poor guys houses. Now my mind is coming is future is we want to increase this. We want a huge operation. Metmal village made is my mind is coming. Sri Lanka here also Metmal village is made. It's my I think it's the future plan. If it's happen, it's okay. It's good. It's your chance. It's not happen, it's okay. No problem. It's no chance for that. It's a nature. It's a nature. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean that is the idea, right? We can try.
We are trying.
If
We are trying.
it's
It's okay.
supposed to happen, it will.
Yeah. So you see this how many metal learners now in Sri Lanka? You know, future as Hunnasgiri and the Balungala and the south area and many places we have now because they given us to do this best. So these guys are very nice Sri Lankan guys. So the Buddothpada Dhamma discourses hearing that guys, they want good doing this very well. It's okay, I'm ready that. No, we all of them are, can do this. So it's future, very nice to say. Hunas Girimet Malarana future we have tried to made. It's glad to say. No. So it's okay. That's what think others these ideas. Dhamma discourses is explaining is okay. Is you relax your mind. Your suffering and sadness is fading. That Dhamma discourses is truth is given is helping the others sadness and suffering, but it's not enough. I think poor guys we want helping because Sri Lanka here poor country. No, we want help. So then how we can do that. No, how much we can do we won't do this. No. What do you think others these ideas and the Upasampada Adhyatmika is Upasampada we are talking about. What do you think others? Today's Dhamma discussion. Arena's new experience and they explain. What do you think others? Someone is here? Long time.
Yes, Arenas.
How is the health now?
Now
you have
better,
some
better.
Yeah.
Yesterday night you and I had a discussion with Dr. Udhavi, and today when
I
I had a
heard
chance.
your voice,
Yes, Arenas,
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea because we couldn't find a true Dhamma more than 30 years, right? We are trying to find it, right? Now, because of the Metmalarana Foundation, people can hear the true Dhamma, and even their basic needs can be also satisfied with this idea, Arenas. So when their basic needs are meet with the facility, so I think it's easy for them to understand the Dhamma even. Why? Because their hunger is not there's a solution for their hunger and their poverty. So because of the poverty, most of the people can't understand because they are always struggling because of the poverty, and they try to find out their basic needs. So then what will happen is they are get away from the Dhamma. But when this thought idea establish in your mind, I think it's a great idea, and entire people, most of the people, they don't know the true Dhamma even, because I am satisfied with this Dhamma and Vasa because always I had a struggle with my mind, because with the soul. Now, the person, not the person I was earlier. It is a practical Dhamma and Vasa. We feel it. Earlier, we didn't have any experience. What is saying? What is soul? What is suffering? Every time what we tried, even I had to suffer. Sometimes it is less, sometimes it is very high. Now I can manage, not even with this entire society, even at work, with my housework, even I can manage and I can live it peacefully. There's no big struggle. Sometimes I have to struggle, but it is not the way I experienced earlier. So I think this is a great opportunity for the poor, not only for the poor people, and the rich people also. They can donate their money for this project even. I think it's a great idea, Aranvas. All are getting the great, have a big opportunity for this to come in this path,
Yeah.
Aranvas.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody, I think today time is over. Tomorrow we can join again and discuss. Harshi, thank you so much, and the good explanation. And everybody, I think it's a duty is very good because this Dhamma won't given whole world is very, very worth. You are doing your part is good because you have experience. It's not easy to telling others. You want definitely want experience because this you know that true. But book reading is okay, but knowledge is coming. But you don't know the truth. You haven't experienced. You are doubt, no. Now I know many guys have the experience. It's very nice to say. So Harsha and these guys, Chandani and the Dr. Ravi and the Lalana and the Randima and this group is very nice. I think it's a given whole world to real message is very worth for others because everybody in suffering, everybody have death. They are thinking. So its answer is here. Your answer is here. Whole world want this answer. Whole world want to, this truth. So we won't given this message all world. That's our duty. It's okay, everybody. Telvan Saranai. Tomorrow we can join again. Telvan Saranai, everybody. Telvan Saranai has.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Telvan Saranai.
Is a mental fetter, akusal sita. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking Samataya by birth itself? And everybody.
At this moment as a present thought, and also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are uh, arising right at this moment, now and here. And also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the clinging and the aversion, or greed and greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. Terasarnai Dr. Kokila, we can start it.
Yeah. We worship our say for his noble friendship. And also, I can remember Joel's question last time. But before that, I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of I, not I. Actually, it's like kind of pride. What I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, we feel the anger, we feel the, we feel so much things. At the same time, this is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take an example. You went to a counseling session, and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but if we take another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we in English, when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word. But ego is something we all have in different ways. In one thought. That's very important, in one thought. Because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever. It doesn't matter. In that, to the feel, you get to the feel, because your mind, every person is different. Also, you had this with Dhamma, we can understand that dream. The dream starts to work, so that you are actually. So it's kind of two self vibrations. Having a conversation, but that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was on, because it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, ego has so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that. But from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this, but that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration, at least in one thought, so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception, because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level, because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it, then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra mean that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self-vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Like another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Did that answer suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do, understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask, how does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That is the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception now, you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold. It can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doc, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So this view is hidden there. There is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. We talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also, we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing? I mean, sometimes you might say that, for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking, my thinking is the right thinking. You know, we keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you might say, you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea, so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's there. How? Because you heard the noise, you saw the beauty of the morning, you felt the morning breeze, you felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? You know, like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, well, you didn't understand that, but you know, this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when we try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. You were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is even the self-view is still there because that thought, particular that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel the non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case, because you have to feel this, because we always felt existent, kind of, we always felt alive, we've always felt as I'm here, we always felt the duality, so it's the normal for us. Dream was true, we walked through the dream, but when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awaken, then he's still, I'll take an example as like Karan once said, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. And feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. And when the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, when the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-view is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened. The fully awakened word itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream, but you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Narayanans is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not, but both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel if we have practice this Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration, because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey, because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life, or 30 years of your life, or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be because it's a massive field, that different field, that because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. But the absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception. And self will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubts. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it, I can touch something. But we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there is no we, who is actually, because the question you ask, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you ask whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand, yes, actually, who am I? You know, you keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus when the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. Completely that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect, and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Or how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, Doctor, when you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode. And after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it. I got that point. Yeah. Thanks, Doc.
all good. And I think we have gone into, but I think Aranansi said we can have few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the
area.
different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
We have to put it to the
yeah,
normal life
yes.
issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today. But
Experiences, isn't it? I
experience,
mean,
yeah, it's the
yeah,
experiences that matters, because
yes, that's right.
randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So if
experiences
Joel
are
can
the
tell us
valuable.
the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced, we can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
really, really beautiful. And
Certainly, yeah.
Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, when if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Kokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things. But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila said, Joel, is the easiest way to, now that you've got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self-vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like, you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to, get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you, and you've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right?
So, things like that. And and then you're going on the road and someone calls you a day tamuse or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated. And all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden Vansi gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokila can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the vibration, the self vibration, was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified so when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day.
Yeah, Theruvan Sannai, we worship Arden Vansi for his noble friendship guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and thank you so much for Dhamma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration, basically. And it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Theruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
Theruvan Sannai, all
Dhamma
Dhamma
friends.
friends.
I'm gonna be sorry, I'm gonna first of all I worship Aryan Hanse, our Kalyanamitta, for his noble guidance. I'm gonna be continuing to read the book called Freedom from Mind, published by the Buddothpado publications. This is based on Zoom discussions. The Zoom discussion had on the 14th October 2023. Aryan Hanse explains, the people who are getting closer to the achievement of the Nibbana are confronted with very sensitive issues that they worry about. In the morning discussion, this has been talked about. There's no particular pattern to this situation. We have preached in our previous presentations regarding Sabba Sankhara Samato, the neutralization of all mental formations. When things exist, mental formations occur. When things do not exist, mental formations subside and cease. There are the three ways that things come into existence. First, through the mind, consciousness, and the second is actions, and the third is verbalization. This was explained in terms of how mental formations can be created. If an outside world exists, then a separate being or soul, which is me, mine, I exist. In reality, there's no such thing called external and internal. External becomes external things due to the illusionary mind. Kusalassa upasampada. Meritorious ordinations have been stated by R.N. Mahanse through his own experiences. These have been practically experienced by him. What is meant by meritorious deed? This has been explained so very well, and it can be detected by super awareness. It was also further stated that differences between a thought and awareness. A thought refers to the illusionary mind, which is Vijnana Maya. When thoughts are being recognized as thoughts, that is where the awareness comes into being. In other words, sihiya or undifferentiated awareness, instant bliss, independent origination, the three worlds, all of these can be experienced within one thought or subject. According to the Buddha's word, everything has been explained in a pure manner. If an outside world exists, a continuation of a separate being also in existence in that respect. Then a karma world is also in existence. Therefore, in this situation, the doctrine of cause and effect cannot work. If someone sees the truth in a thought in a given moment, that person can achieve Nibbana. In this entire Dhamma, what you can discover is the way an individual self is created and the way to dissolve it. This is also the way to become a stream enterer. As long as you believe things come from the outside, even the nature is included in this category. You are in a wrong view. The notion of a self occurs due to vibrational systems, and when you get advanced, the awareness, which is here, you built up, detects the situation. You cannot find the world anywhere. It is created only in the mind, and the end of the world is the unshaken nature, which is akampita in it. Dhamma and the Buddha are the same. It is also the selflessness or unshaken nature in the mind. Don't you think that the body disintegrates or vanishes because of the cessation of vibrations? Let's also talk about the practical side and the term Sabbha Sankhara Samato, which is the neutralization of all mental formations. This vibrational power and its creation of the cessation that indicates a being alive is the fact that can be found everywhere. When you see this through awareness, this situation can also be described as meritorious. Within thoughts and acts, a feeling of a separate self exists. I am the one who see or hear come from the idea of an individual self or the feeling of individual existence. When this is felt, it is a sensation. However, when thoughts patterns resolve around the wrong idea, it's related to the wrong view of an existing being, which is the Atma Dusti. The sensation is only an indication or perception. When I hear, I exist because I am the one who hears. In this situation, it is related to a perception of a self. If someone gives you an invitation of your death, don't you get scared of your life? That fear is created by the perception of separate being. The wisdom that comes through undifferentiated awareness, which is here, is able to detect this situation. What is the wisdom referring to? Can someone answer? Participant gave answers irrelevant to this question. And our advisor continued with this explanation. The answer we received to the question, "Are you afraid to die?" People got startled. Why? Startled. Why? Because the notion of a self exists in them. This expresses a high level of spiritual standard. It should also be stated, as a result, Aranvansi had to go through severe chores, such as cleaning jungles. Such cruelty was demonstrated by the head. So this is explaining about some situation happened for Aranvansi. But if someone can achieve this level, that person does not have a death. Why? There's no existing separate being to face death. No one can kill you either. The inner spirituality will bring you to this level. When this vibrational power has been detected, the spiritual path opens up. This is the place where you should reach, and we try our best to help you achieve this goal. Try to observe where and when the notion of a self gets faded. This is the meritorious ordination, and only through super awareness this can be done. The subject, thoughts, cannot be the reality for these people. This happens gradually. Therefore, it is a gradual process. You may find obstacles in the path. However, finally, at the final stage, the notion of a self disappears completely. Ananda Thero experienced the situation at the final step. He realized that as long as he was holding on to the notion, "I will achieve," obtaining arahanthood was not possible. With this realization, he gave up the idea and went to sleep. This was a complete renunciation. The end refers to letting go of every possible thing, which is Patisannappanussasanav. Now observe silence. The pure path to this bliss of Nibbana stays here. We will talk about this some more in the future. Everybody, please follow the path. Thiruvan Saranai, Aran Hansen Vidal, ended the Zoom discussion. The next Zoom discussion had on Sunday, the 15th October 2023. Participant asked a question. Thiruvan Saranai, Aran Hansen. When we get concepts in our mind, the mind gets influenced by the vibrations. You said when thoughts accumulate in the mind, in the same way, the objects from the outside also get accumulated. Does that mean that objects from the outside also get multiplied? I have difficulty understanding this. Please explain. Aryan Mahansa explains, when you observe this situation, it should be carefully done. Let's explore the Dhamma. Accordingly, we can understand the cause has nothing to do with the effect. Again and again, cause has nothing to do with the effect. The light, sounds, and colors are created by the senses. You do not see the light when you see objects such as chairs, tables, and beds. These two can be referred to as cause and effect. The cause is a speed of sensory sparks, and effect are the resulting object. In a previous discussion, a lengthy explanation about 5 aggregates have been discussed. It is not easy to absorb this unique Dhamma. The light, sounds, and colors, they are created through a rapid sparking speed. When the vibrational energy becomes very powerful, the perception of a world with objects are being created are final. And finally, this turns into my objects or me or mine And with this notion, a feeling of an individual self get created in a powerful manner. Therefore, the perception is the cause and the notion of an existing being is the effect. In order to attain Nibbana, the notion of an individual self must be seen through awareness, which is here. Because of the feeling of being alive, I am alive, all defilements such as sensual desires, anger, craving, ignorance get created. Also, because the concept of it happens to me, I see, I hear, I should be the only one, etc., all defilements, including what has been stated above, become visible. Asavakya jnana refers to the awareness of catching the defilements and the notion of a self or the ego. That is how the feeling of being alive, which is a separate being, gets faded. All these are caused by rapid speed of the vibrational energy. With super awareness, the process and what it creates should be observed and make part of your life. Then you will also be, you will able to detect and get rid of the notion get rid of the notion of craving and evasion. Let me repeat that again. Asavakya jnana refers to the awareness of catching the defilements and the notion of a self or the ego. That is how the feeling of being alive, which is a separate being, gets faded. All these are caused by a rapid speed of the vibrational energy. With super awareness, the process and what is created should be observed and make part of your life. Then you will able to detect and get rid of the notion of craving and evasion. All these are present. That means the notion of a separate self still exists. Participant asks, in that case, I will follow your advice to detect when the notion of a self takes over my thoughts. And Vansi says, yes. Thiruvan Saranai. The next Zoom discussion had on Sunday, 15th October 2023. Participant asked, if the brain is dead, that is also regarded as death. I believe. However, I also feel that if parts of such body can be donated, that is a great deed. R.N. Vance explains, you must look at the situation as the inactivity of the senses. I am now going to answer a question asked by a child. The notion that the mind is located in the heart is a misconception. The Buddha never declared such thing. Dhamma sparks cannot be placed in a particular spot. Now I take your permission to answer a question asked by a user. You cannot observe the super mundane plane by being in the mundane plane. R.N. Vance does not require anything from the mundane world. The great Mugalan Thero did not find himself in him. People who wrote books states that he was masqueraded to death because of karma. When there was no Mugalan Thero, how could someone say his death occurred? There is another misconception, that is, Aryan do not break branches or leaves from trees. How is this possible? When they do not consider these as objects or trees, Buddha declared that he would not preach what he preaches to the mundane, insane world to the Arya world, and vice versa. The mundane world has been entangled in the karma concepts. In the past, the innocent people were misled by brainwashing them with karma effects. Aryan Vahansa came forward and destroyed these misconceptions by offering the true Dhamma, which refers to the base of all the occurrences depends on sounds, color, taste, sensation, etc. And the vibrational energy, it was clearly exhibited that there's nothing you can hold on to the phenomena. This is the time to learn about the doctrine of cause and effect and not karma effects. When trapped in the belief of karma pala, as a result, the fear of death gets stronger. That leads to anxiety and depression. In the English Zoom discussion, it was discussed about various types of addictions. People are addicted to various things such as alcohol, drugs, bodybuilding, exercises, and also something called meditation therapy. Parents brainwash their children to become certain people with what they think as social status. And the children run and run after these for material well-being and to compete with the others. Therefore, it is corrected to say these people get addicted to senses and walk toward destruction. The humanity and association with the nature and its wonders are forgotten. This race ends up in having severe mental illness. Is this what we live for? Within the technology of artificial intelligence, the mind of people have turned abnormal. Finally, this intelligence destroyed the human race in abundance. All this refers to an addiction and a reconstruction created by the vibrational energies. The Dhamma has been preached in order to help people escape this madness. This is all related to an illusionary mind. In order to have peace and tranquility, the superior wisdom of truth must be realized. This is the reason why the 5 power faculties, which is faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, and great wisdom, must be gained. The Buddha clearly explained how this mind is created. That is to bring out the wisdom in people. When the mind is in action, suffering is inevitable. When utilizing the great wisdom, peace, tranquility are the results. Along with this great wisdom, when you escape the concept of a self, you are considered a liberated being. Participant says, peace can be reached when mind is given up by me. It is the Dhamma. All wrong weaves must be destroyed completely, which is Sattana Visuddhya, to reach the purification. Aryan Vahansa explained, what is your Dhamma, sir? Participant says, an existing self is present within the supreme emptiness. Aryan Vahansa explains, within what experience is there me or mine? Participant says, here in this situation, one should be able to catch the notion of a self. It is difficult. This must be observed through super-awareness. Aryan Vahansa explains, Nibbana and the great wisdom come along with it. The 5 power faculties must be thoroughly improved. And that is where the Animitta Samadhi or objectless concentration can be reached. Awareness and mindfulness are essential to reach this goal. To make the outside world as my object via thoughts must be eradicated. This refers to see things as immaterial within the condition of the Patisota or Sotapanna or the stream entry level. This is the wisdom we talk about, to completely destroy the concept of me, mine, myself. almost everybody is lost in wrong views. The Buddha had predicted that discourses on supreme emptiness will not be preached by the monks. In order for people to acquire Nibbana and to follow the path, an eye-opening is necessary. Buddha appreciated the Nibbana path. Therefore, people who follow this path must be energetic. When necessary, observe the great silence and eradicate defilement for peace and tranquility. It is up to you to observe how the notion of self is fading and dissolving while you are moving toward the spiritual advancement. It belongs to each one of you. This refers to the awakening to the truth. Theruvan Saranai. The next Zoom discussion on the 21st October 2023, participant asked, "May I have your permission, Narayan Mahansa?" Thiruvan Saranai. This morning, when I was listening to Dhamma lecture on TV, it has been said that because of the 4 elements coming from the outside, the elements are formed inside our mind. I would like to know your opinion on this. Narayan Mahansa explains, if someone has listened to the discourses presented by Buddothpado Desana regarding the 4 elements, it is quite apparent that there is no such thing as 4 elements coming from the outside or inside. The person who offered this lecture indefinitely in a wrong way, and people who have wrong views should not be preached. It is impossible to twist the Dhamma. However, what happens is the innocent people who listen to such lectures get twisted, and as a result, the bliss of Nibbana becomes out of reach to them. The dependent origination takes place within a moment. Instantly, it cannot be explained in terms of the past, present, and the future. Buddha Dhamma has to be understood by each one. It is open to acceptance after investigation. During this time, everybody is looking for the true Dhamma. In that case, only people with great wisdom should preach it. The translation of the Abhidhamma Pitaka is incorrect. You have to come from the place Chittayana Niyati Loko, Salayatana Loko Loko. The world exists only in the mind or in the sixfold base. Is it mentality, materiality, or is it materiality and mentality? It is mentality, materiality, not materiality, mentality. The general option that everything has been created because of the 4 elements. Now answer the question, is it because the 4 elements outside the elements are formed in the mind? The gentleman who raised the question can answer. Participant says, in reality, there's no such thing as 4 elements. Instantly, they are created as the 8 particles, which is Suddhashtaka, and disappears. It is only a creation of the mind consciousness. Participant says, even the Buddha explained so very well. Until explanation, we were under the impression that it is materiality and mentality. Even the education we received was teaching this concept. There's no such thing called the 8 particles. This is all about telepathy, just like Aryan explains. You have to see this through great wisdom. Aryan explains, do you realize that Aryan does this due to observing noble silence? Why? If people try to attack Aryan the Nibbana cannot be reached by such people. We cannot let that happen. Everybody must be able to reach the Nibbana. RN once has given a period for the people to change. The reason for this situation is that there is a difficulty for people to observe the instant bliss, which is the Shana Sampattiya. The presentation of the dependent origination is incorrect. People similar to the Bhikkhu Potila are only limited to the knowledge. Knowledge is not the true Dhamma. The change is necessary. People who talk about the results mislead people. If a result is expected, the notion of a self is still in existence. Within the perception of a self, a person cannot eradicate the wrong view of the notion of a separate being. It is true that mistakes could happen to the people who are in mundane level. When people perform under the influence of Dhamma arrogance, path become distant. There's no such person called R.N. Mahanse. This is only a duty. R.N. Mahanse only talks about the Dhamma, nothing else. But the Dhamma, in the Buddothpada Sutta, Buddothpada thought he had achieved Nibbana because the perception was so delicate. He was in the Asanya Tala, the base of neither perception or non-perception. This misconception was corrected. This misconception was corrected by the Buddha because he had the perception that he did not have any perception. One must abandon the reconstruction completely and get rid of the notion of a self and the notion of an existence of a separate being to reach the Nibbana. As long as someone is affected by the notion of an individual self, that person cannot eradicate the wrong view of the existence of a soul, Buddha uttered. The next Zoom discussion, 21st October 2023. Participant ask a question. Theruvan Saranai R.N. Mahanse. In the yesterday's Zoom discussion, you have described the fierce rain in which weapons came down to the earth instead of the rain. This reminded me of a story that I have heard about 45 years ago from my grandmother, which was in the Buddha's Deshana. According to the story, the lifespan of the peoples get reduced to a very low level. At this time, when people indulge in wrong sexual acts, gems fall down to the earth as rain. When this happens, people fight each other to get more for themselves and try to find ways to save them. Defilements cover the earth, and right after this, a rain falls, which includes weapons, Murugasana Varsha. Now, people fight each other using these weapons. In the meantime, there will be a group of pious people who live in a spiritual life. While these people hide from the destruction, the others will die due to their own vicious actions. The good people get the opportunity to be reborn in the great Abhasara world, which is the gods of steaming radiance. Later on, these people come back to the earth and start life. This story is very much similar to your story. Even now, same thing is happening. Humans go against each other and kill each other with fierce weapons. Even if robots are made, that is also created by men. R.N. Mahanse explained, this is really amazing. Truthfully, R.N. Mahanse talk about this without knowing that this has been said by the Buddha. Aryan Vahanse utters many things through his own discovery through a super wisdom, which is Abhinya Jnana. When Aryan Vahanse experienced the Alamariya Jnana Darshana, it happened automatically. He saw the sutra related to these situations later. After receiving it, most of the experience occurred in that manner. Even the doctrine of the dependent origination, he came to know by himself. This refers to an extreme superior level of wisdom. Then the discourses flowed just like a river. All this came through his own experiences and the wisdom created in it. This is not knowledge. In 2018, he wanted to give this treasure to the world. However, this attempt failed because people were not in the right state of mind to absorb it. Then, when he fell ill with corona, the realization came to his mind that if he dies, it is really not fair to the world. That is the reason why the Dhammadesana has been revealed to the world. Still, it continues. This refers to the bliss of Nibbana. You do not even grab the Dhamma. It is quite simple and beautiful. You feel it through your inner spiritual change and purification. Participant asks, I felt that maybe we met in our previous cycles of birth. And when I was listening to your discourses, I feel that I have heard of these before. People who follow your Dhamma discourses are chosen to achieve Nibbana, and I feel they are very lucky to be able to follow this path you reveal. Aryan Vahanse says, yes, it is true. Participant says, sadhu, sadhu. Aryan Vahanse continue with his explanation. It is not what you think about, feel what happens to you. When you reach this special level, your waves of thoughts and Aryan Vahanse's wave become just one. Please see through wisdom. You will lose the world, and most importantly, you will lose yourself in you. Now, this is the Nibbana. Please do not miss this opportunity. This is only for a certain group of people, Buddha said. If people go elsewhere, when I guide them to follow the right path to Jetavanaramaya, what can I do? I have to say the same thing. Okay, Amma, you follow the path in silence. Let's give someone else a turn. Theruvan Saranai. Next Zoom discussion. Participant asks, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse, I need a clarification on a question related to some words you use, such as the quality of the Buddha, emptiness, nirvana, and radiant mind. These concepts give different meaning in different situations. Therefore, please clarify this for me. Aryan Vahanse explains, there are so many questions you ask. However, when everything is put together, it becomes only one question. That is, what is Nibbana? What is Nirvana? I would like to get participants' view. Please answer. Participants gave many answers and some of them are listed here. One says, putting out the fire burning inside the mind. Another person says, the peace and simplicity or the delicate situation in the mind. And someone else says, having an unshaken mind, that there is nothing in existence. These three answers are related to the results that one will achieve. The first one is the closest one. We need an answer to this question. A burning fire, a fire created by desires, craving, aversion, ignorance is subsided. When the fire does not exist, the notion of me, mine, self get faded. The reason is defilements stated above exist because of the notion or perception of an existing self. Some people think of themselves as they live forever. Such people do not have generosity. Everything is only about themselves. Patachara was like this at the beginning. When she lost everything, she became awakened and realized the true nature of existence. Do we also have to wait until some disaster occurs to realize the truth? When this notion of myself is thickly planted in you, all defilements go along with it to preserve this self. This is a burning fire. To put out the fire is to obtain Nibbana. If someone is looking for results, then the notion of an individual self still exists in that person. As long as the self is in existence, suffering follows you. In order for you to reach this level, the 5 faculties of faith, effort, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom must be developed. Shraddha or faith refers to supreme faith. It is not the common faith that the other philosophies practices. When the 5 faculty powers are developed, it takes you towards the path to Nibbana. All objects become objectless to such a person. Although he or she uses them, it is only a living and there is no attachment to them. When the situation has been reached, therefore, there is no burning fires caused by the sensual world. This is called object or subjectless concentration, which is Animitta Samadhi or Adhigata Samadhi. In every subject, he or she finds the true nature of the thought. Along with this experience, peace and tranquility become the nature of that. This quality is not Nibbana, it is quality. Some people think themselves as they live forever. Such people do not generate. Everything is only about themselves. So in that discussion, R.N. once explains that this person is able to transcend the illusionary mind. Now, the result of all this experience leads a person toward the quality of the Buddha. This quality is not Nibbana. This is a quality. When the 3 being, which is sensual world created by forms and formless world can be comprehended and conquered, this is the nature of Buddha or the Buddha quality. This happens by understanding the doctrine of the dependent origination. True knowledge, the practical knowledge and experience in the bliss gained through this knowledge must be accomplished by thoroughly understanding the doctrine of the dependent origination. By seeing the truth in in one subjective matter. The insight becomes prominent during these stages. The concentration also develops at this level. During this era, the inside wisdom has been blooming. Even the Mahatheros in this era understand the true nature of the Buddothpado discourses, just like Buddothpada understood what the true Dhamma refers to. Everybody is beginning to understand the true Buddha's Dhamma. Now, answer this question, please. When we say Buddha, are you referring to a person? The answers are indicated in this section. It is condition or state without the notion of a self, a situation where no thing can be found, an unshaken mind, peace and tranquility. R.N. Vance explains, this is the answer to that question. It refers to the tranquility. There's no burden to carry. To this person, no thing exists, because all of the burden comes with thoughts. With thoughtlessness, there's no burden, no burning fires. It is very simple and beautiful. No one can take this mind quality away from you. Dhamma or the Buddha Dhamma is extremely beautiful. It is magnificent. It is magnificent. Do not hang on to words and suffer. Do not let the portilers destroy this beautiful Dhamma. When we put the burning fire out created by the defilement, it is so beautiful. Participant ask, when you say to get away from the sensual world, when at times I get angry about certain matters, I would like to know how to stop these angry feelings. R.N. Vance explains, do you listen to Buddothpado discourses? Participant says yes, for about 2 months. First, you have to follow the right weave. You must know and have a knowledge of Buddha's doctrine. You also need to have an understanding of the sensual world created by materiality and formless world. You need to follow the sequential pattern and observe the true knowledge. Practical knowledge and the experiential knowledge, you need to see the ultimate truth. Within this moment, in one thought, this is not a religion. You need to recognize how the senses work. You need to observe salayatana loko, the things created by the sixfold sense base. All these are creations due to vibrational energies. It does not exist anywhere. There are only creations. In other words, illusions. You also need to realize how sounds, colors, taste, touch, smell, and sensations combine, and how it instantly changes into Dhamma sparks or mental formations. With the continuation of the sensual sparks, they run into objects such as table, chairs, etc. In the mind, through this reconstruction or the reoccurrences, these become objects and real in the consciousness. And you must be able to see this process. How all these occur in one thought must be experienced. Skandhanam patilabo ayatanam patilislabo. All these in combination construct a thought in the mind consciousness. The doctrine of the dependent origination explains the entire process and how this work together, how thoughts occurred in the past, present, and how they occur in the future. The understanding that there is no thing in existence must be seen and experienced. The situation refers to asavakya jnana, or the wisdom of seeing defilements as they are. You also must compare and analyze the knowledge with the three baskets of the Dhamma. How things created by the vibrational energy and turns into feeling of sensation. And perceptions. These must be observed when objects such as a wall, apple, or any other objects get a value. It is the sensual world of Kama Bhumi. The form is the materiality or world with forms. The feeling you get is the formlessness. This aspect must be clearly understood. When these are not regarded as objects, that is the wisdom. There is no value in sounds or colors. When these are combined, a thing or objects get created. These are mental formations occurred by vibrational activities. We see the Dhamma in one thought. The light occurs through the rapid movement These are mental formation occurred by vibrational activities. We see the Dhamma in one thought. The light occurs through the rapid movement of vibrations, and the feeling accompanied with it is the mind consciousness. When value is given, it is only a thought. A wall, me, mine, all these are only thoughts. When the Dhamma is realized correctly, the burning fires within created by this process become neutral. The value given to objects become worthless. The defilements such as craving, aversion, and ignorance disappears. This is when it is realized that there is no thing existing in this world. The things that are created by the combination of the sounds, colors, taste, smell, and sensations are impermanent. Then in this, how can someone find an existing soul? When the truth is found in one thought, eventually the idea that these are only thoughts becomes permanent in the mind. When this situation occurs, you cannot even find your own self. The ignorance disappears with the understanding of the doctrine of dependent origination and the true nature of the thoughts. A thought itself represents the delusion or ignorance. Then not having thoughts represent the nibbana and putting an end to ignorance. Thiruvan Saranai. The next question, participant asks, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I bow down at your feet. I'm taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burn inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma, principles presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fire created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your this.
Right?
I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentations. When I was looking into Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principles of cause and effects. Mine actions are based on this principle. I found out that there's no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomena. Actually, there's nothing that is coming from the outside. Aaron Vance explains, how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant says, for about 6 months. About 2 lectures per day I have been listening. Aaron Vance says, you're not talking through practical experience. Now, you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant says, I try to understand that, Venerable Sir. Also, as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of that perception. R.N. Vance explains, in you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I'm saying to you is that you must follow the desana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by the illusion in the mind. R.N. Mahansa explains, get experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or nibbana. When you start listening to these sermons, you realize how beautifully R.N. Mahansa explains how we can learn and how we can realize this Dhamma within. I invite everyone to listen to the Buddothpado Deshanas and also the Buddothpado Sorry, I'm not sure if I muted myself. I was just going to conclude today's reading. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpado Deshana and the Buddothpado PeoTV, the 24-hour Deshanas. I'm going to conclude with the saying, the path to freedom from thoughts, the path to freedom from suffering, the path to freedom from ignorance. This is the Buddha's path to ultimate freedom and bliss. Theruvan Saranai, everyone. I worship R.N. Mahansa, our Kalyana Mitta, our noble friend. Therwan Saranai.
My dear Dhamma friends, it's with great joy and gratitude I extend a warm welcome to each and so it serves as kind of a what do you call this a foundation, a solid foundation, solid base for our understanding. So other than then, we have another website that is www.wisdomofasia.com. So people who seek, people who are interested in the modern day findings, modern day science. So if they are keen to search about what is the relationship between the ancient wisdom and the modern day science knowledge, so this website is available for you to visit. So it clearly reflects how this modern science uh, well uh, align with the wisdom that has been revealed by the Lord Buddha about 2500 years. So it can clearly bridge the gap actually. So I invite you to visit that site as well. So then we can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Shani to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the 6th volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So so then we can start the discussion afterward. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Teruvan Saranai, good morning everyone. Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Teruvan
Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. I bow down at your feet. I am taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burned inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon. Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. Aryan Mahasar. In you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by this illusion in the mind. Aryan Mahasa. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Therwan Saran.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can discuss. We can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened between a participant and Aryan Vanse. So a participant says here, it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never like before, he feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aryan Vanse says is, you are thinking. So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aryan Vanse says is, you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and he what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance as well, with the present instance. The burning previously he had, and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it? Through the mind. That's why Aryan Vahase keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that is that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we always comparing. We always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I am improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going. Keep it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what Aryan said, the advice that was given by Aryan to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why Aranvasa clearly say, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. Let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again intentionally won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipada, that means the Pura Bhaga Pratipada, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the Pratipada is missing. They are lucky they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. They don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahia. Dikte ditta mattam sute sutamattam mute mutamattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you know, not actually the word, we can't use the word knowing, but at the beginning you have to know what it is, what it clearly says. Then of course you can apply to your practical life. That means how the mind gets created. So you have to analyze, put that knowledge into that in practice. You have to analyze and see, do the experiment. You have to conduct your own experiment by putting yourself into as the sample. So am I the one who is there? So the Atma is here. So how this Atma? So I feel that I am existing. So how this has happened? How this the perception of self had been created? So that is the challenge. That is the question for the entire research. That is the research question. Who am I? From where am I? Where have I come from? So what is the purpose of being here? That is the major question. So with that question in mind, we have to conduct our own research. So how the self, notion of self had been created? So we can use the model that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The model is the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So we can apply that model and see how this self has been created. So the path is very clear. This cause and effect Dhamma is very clear. So that's clearly explained how the self gets created, how the soul gets created. So in order to do so, we have to go from the beginning, how this thought gets created. So thoughts collectively form the mind. There is no such a thing called mind. So form the thoughts collectively forms the mind. So then we have to analyze how these thoughts get created. So if you go to analyze that thing, you will understand without the faculties, the 5 faculties you have, there is no way of creating a thought here. So then you have to analyze what the functionality of these faculties. Then you have to get one faculty at a time, and you have to analyze each and every faculty very delicately. So that is the vidarshana that you have to have. So creation of a faculty is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. So when you do this experiment, you will understand, even though you tell that there is kind of a vision, there is kind of a thing called light, there is kind of hearing, there is kind of thing called sound. All these things are creations. They were not there before, and they will not proceed further. They get constructed then and there at this very moment. So then what you have to do is, then you have to escalate further to how this magic gets created in that very moment. So to that, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra level, and we have to have a clear idea of how the different polarities make some kind of a feel like existing. If we can apply this knowledge to one single faculty, it is not very hard to apply to the rest of the faculties as well. The same mechanism can be applied to the other faculties as well. Same thing happens. If somehow you feel, a feeling of alive thing gets created in the eye faculty, that is the moment where the lights get created. The perception of lights get created. That's why it is called Nama Rupa. There won't be any kind of perceptions without a feel underlying. So all these things are creations, not had been there before, they will not pursue further as well, persist further as well. So yes. So what is the message that can be taken from that discussion, which has happened earlier? What the advices that have been given by Aranwasa to that particular person is you need experience. So experience is the non-self state, non-source state. So let's go back to that first thing. If you feel there had not been self in the previous experience and as well as this experience, so what is the purpose of comparing those instances? You are comparing these two instances because you were there in both instances. Previous I had a burning, the participant said, previous I had a burning, now it has been reduced. So who were there? The soul was there, the self was there. That's why he compares those two instances. But if he were not there, he was not there in the previous instances as well as the present instance, so who will be going to compare those two instances? No one. So that's why the experience is pretty much important here. So it is a very nice discussion. I think we can start our discussion from here. I think it is very nice, and it consolidates the truth into one piece of discussion. So I think Mr. Bernard is also here with us, and Sudharma is also here. So yes, I think we can start discussion from there. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma.
නමස්කාර වේවා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi and තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. Yes, Dr. Ravi, your explanation regarding this, the notion of self, the trickiest of this Dhamma. Every day, everyone focuses on that, especially Aryan Mahanse giving all sorts of examples which caters to like all types of people, despite their cultures, languages, even the socio-economic backgrounds. He makes every effort to convey this message that there is no self, no soul. It's like you are deceived by this magician called consciousness. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. And you referred to, Dr. Ravi, at the very beginning, the practical approach prescribed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. That is, you said the main focus should be on the preliminary practical approach, preliminary part,
exactly.
that is Purva Bhaga. So very recently I read an example given by Gautama Buddha himself. It has been repeated by Aryan Mahanse also. It says, Dr. Ravi, if you bring in a simile or a metaphor, this preliminary approach can be compared to the mountains of Himalaya.
Yeah.
The in size, and then the final stage or Aparabhaga Pratipada can be compared to a small stone. It is mentioned there. So that itself gives how much weight, in the sense not as a person, but how much we should spend time with Dhamma discourses, by listening to them, by taking part in Zoom discussions, because in Zoom discussions, basically what is being focused is this preliminary approach, like Purva Bhaga Pratipada, how the mind is created, how we get caught in this mental fabrications. So as you said, Dr. Ravi, you wanted to start the discussion with how somebody compares the previous and the current experiences. Is that so?
Yeah. So when we read this book that we used to read, so in one chapter, there was a kind of a discussion between a participant and Aryan Mahanse. So
right. Yes, it is something that we all get caught, Dr. Ravi, because when Aryan Mahanse questions in a digital platform, okay, what are your experiences right now? How do you feel it right now that you are on the right path, right? So what happens is, Dr. Ravi, we use the mind consciousness there. Thinking that we use the word I. If I compare my experiences, Aryan Mahanse, I was like always deceived by the creations of six sensory organs. I was so proud, I was so dominant, I was having lot of pride or kind of conceit, mana, egoistic, and now I feel they are not. I had lot of jealousy, but I feel they are just dissolving, diminishing, and the notion, the focus given to the self-importance, self-dignity is gradually going away. So we
Mm.
that is how we say. So probably we use the word I 10-15 times.
Yeah.
So ignorantly. So
Mm.
although we try to establish the fact that there is no soul in me, from the way the person uses the words to communicate message, Aryan Hase can feel the vibration of the sound the person makes and the number of times naturally someone can without using I also with the self perception with the strong self perception can deceive the audience without mentioning I. It is not a matter of
Yeah.
mentioning I or not, but still,
Yes.
Doctor, I also contemplated on that, and what was evident was there when we try to talk about experiences, we go to the mind. Mind
Yes.
probably if we aware that we are aware is not a person. If we
Mm-hmm.
within feel that okay, now it's the mind that recalls this experience, I think
Yeah.
it's fine. But that only that person knows, Doctor. Others
Mm.
cannot. Others do not know whether the person as a with the notion of self with that belief, wrong belief, whether he talks or with the awareness that this is just recollection. It's also an automated function. The ear the sound vibrations occurred in the ear. It created the mind power, and the body came into action. And this recalling and as a function, it happens. So that
Yeah.
only that very person knows, Doctor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Mm,
The point you
mm,
highlighted is very important. But
mm.
we can say
Yes,
we can use our mind to tell,
yes,
to express our
yes,
ideas. That's all right. But
yes,
if you know internally your
yeah,
awareness, if your awareness can keep track, so
yes,
the state of the self, so
yes,
the state of the self, that is the understanding. So that is the internal transformation that RNAs expects us to happen. So I
exactly.
think, yeah. So so I can express that. So my defilements were like that, and now I have lesser amount of defilements, and so on. So again, if I know in the previous stage as well as the present stage, there was a no person behind any instances. So that is the understanding that I'm having. So as you clearly said, no one can see from outside. So both will be expressing the same way, in the same way. So but the underlying understanding uh, of the proper follower will be different. So that is most important thing. So people might think, so if you become to that kind of understanding, how can you perform your day-to-day activities, or how can you plan for the future? So you can plan it very perfectly, very nicely, because you know this is the mind consciousness. This is the one who is planning for the future. So that's all right. So we can do, but with the understanding, this is the functionality of the mind sensor. This is the nature of the behavior of the mind sensor. So don't bother. So let it happen, isn't it? So it comes to the understanding. What do you think, Sudharma?
Yes, Doctor, exactly.
Mm.
And Doctor, until Aryan Mahanse revealed that groundbreaking truth,
Mhm.
I also had a huge problem. Like, okay, it's a system. There are six sensory faculties. They
Mhm.
create stuff, they create power. So, why does it matter? How does it matter? Then it will again that power, if that power occurs and disappears, it won't be a problem for us being, no, I mean, living being.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
when he disclosed this pure truth, that the taints or the sahasrava, that vibration, inner vibration, which comes as a natural phenomenon at the zygote level, then only now we know the perfect kind of the mechanism behind. Okay,
Yeah.
the birth of I, or seeing, when the moment that spark continuously happens and the power gets created, it it transfers, we can't say transfers, but it connects with the internal power here, no, within, no, although
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah.
place, there is the vibration, so that
Mm.
is mistakenly taken as the self. So that is why
Yeah.
it is so tricky, and we need to understand it very, very clearly, why it is a problem.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we already know about, okay, the mechanism of six sensory faculties, but we can't connect why it becomes a problem to this,
Mm.
I mean, notion of self or whatever. So it
Yeah.
is because of this sasrava internal disdains, we call. So that we can, it's a strong factor that that affects negatively when we try to liberate, right, from everything.
Mm.
That awareness, and one should be able to see the big picture, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. As you said, yeah. Yeah.
not
Yeah. Go
as
ahead.
bits and pieces. So
Mm.
to clarify, and to, it's a kind of understanding that happens gradually. In my
Yes.
experience, that's it. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
As you said, yes. So we can say, yes, there are six faculties. That's all right. So let it happen. So likewise, you can stay like that without bothering with it too much. But only thing, now we can understand, if you think, if as long as you think these six faculties are true, that spontaneously create the self. So people who think, yes, there are six faculties, that's all right, so let them happen. So, but you as long as you think the light is real, that will create the self. Yes, that is the
Exactly.
problem. So the understanding should be very thorough and very clear and very precise. And so otherwise the power that is generated within the faculties will be there. So
Exactly.
that power can make a soul for you. So this power can make a soul for you. From so you the if the soul gets created, the suffering and the other things, the coming into the soul cannot be prevented, isn't it? So that's why Master said, something is there, the feeling of something is there is the power generating factor, is the power generating factor. If you know, so we can't say light is not there, sound is not there. So even if you say, you feel like sound is real, you feel like light is real. So that feeling will lead you to make you a soul for you. So with this understanding, what will happen? You will understand that feeling is also not true. It is happening due to the functionality of these faculties, isn't it? So that is the way how you can liberate from those thoughts. So thoughts will come, you can plan for the future, that's all right. You can memorize things which are necessary for your day-to-day activities, or we'll say for a graduate student, so you have to memorize all these stuff to face your exams. So that's all right. But that is, if you know that is the functionality of that mind sensor, there is no truth in it. That is all right. So I think that should be the understanding that you have to have, I think. Isn't it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's right.
yeah. Yes, I can see Dr. Kogila is also here with us. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kogila.
Teruvan Saranai, sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the first part.
Yeah, we were discussing about how these faculties function together to make a sense of soul. So if you put a value to that feeling of existence, so that of course will lead you to make some soul within you. So that is the thing that we were talking about.
How did you word it? Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you word it?
No, I was telling that, so as long as you take something is real, even the light, even the sound. So if you feel like it's real, so that makes you to bring about a soul for you. Yeah.
You feel like the existence,
Yeah.
You feel alive, yeah.
Yeah. So we were reading the book, the one chapter from the book, and it says it was all about a discussion between Aryan Mahase and a participant. So participant was telling that he had no kind of a burning sensation as previously. So the answer that has been given by Aryan Mahase, so you are thinking again. So you have to have the experience that thing. So likewise, the discussion was going like that. So we started discussing on top of that.
Yeah, we can think about it too. It's okay, but just thinking will not be sufficient.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you have anything to add? Or
Just because I just joined, I'm not in the actually in the
okay.
vibe of.
Anyway,
So you
yes, we
can
can ask.
ask me a
Yeah,
question, then I might be able to start it.
yeah. So so until then, I can invite Dr. Sakuntala to add something. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahase. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. In fact, I also listened to part of your discussion. You were talking about the vibrations, how the vibrations should be understood at deeper and deeper levels, because right at the beginning, I mean, on the very superficial layer, what we try to understand is the world, what is called the existing world, how the existing world is created as a result of the sensor functions. So it's basically the mother, father, child, vehicle, tree, all sorts of things complete the accepted world. So world is first level, I mean, from the very superficial level, we have to understand, the system should understand that it's completely dependent on the nature of the senses of each living being. So the world, different worlds are created for different species, and even for the same species, the world created may be slightly different from each other. So when you realize that there is no world that we assume as a real thing outside, then we tend to, the system tend to understand that it is a creation of the mind. So
when you analyze that part, how the mind is created, it's a collection of vibrations again from the senses. So in other words, the thoughts are then and they are formed, and thoughts are the collective function or the collection of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then there may be occasions where you are having purely thoughts, not related to the other five senses at that moment, but it is always a creation of the five senses at some point in the past. So those are the thoughts. So in other words, those thoughts are creations of the five senses somewhere at some point, which is sparked right at this moment. So then again you come down to some form of vibrations of the senses. Then you are left with the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the warm, cold, and the firm or hard feelings by the skin. If you stop at that level, I think you all already discussed about this. If you stop at that level, again you are not you are stuck somewhere, because you are taking the senses as real. So that is a little lower level, maybe more advanced than taking the thoughts as real or the outside world as real. But then you have to understand the system should analyze very well, and then try to understand that this is again a creation of the senses itself at that point, at that moment. So when the system realizes that that is also just a creation or a vibration, and because of the speed, it's shown as if it is existing. That means as a color existing, which we call the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the sound consciousness, taste consciousness. The all five we attribute to that. That means vijnana in Pali. So that again, it's understood that that is also just an illusion or a creation at that moment. Then basically, is there something called vibrations? Vibrations are also not something persisting, which occurs then and there. And as a nature's law, there is a current or a power created with each wave, and that current is the one which moves forward and becomes stronger and stronger, and that gives the power to the thought, and that is exactly what is explained or interpreted as self. So in other words, that current gives some life, like you are putting a battery to a doll or a toy, and when the power is given, the doll starts moving, or the toy starts moving. So it is the current that gives you the live feeling to the system, and that is very wrongly interpreted as self. I think that's a short thing I wanted to add. Please correct if
Yes.
there are any mistakes. Terwan Sarana, everybody.
Terwan Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala. Terwan Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala. Yes. Thank you very much for your explanation. So I hear some echo, my own voice. Yeah, now it has been sorted out. Yeah. Yeah, as you said, and Dr. Sakunthala, what I felt was when you tell you have to get free from the illusion in the outside, So people who is listening for the first time or the initial stages of this or to this forum, so they might think outside, yeah, I have to get away from the illusion of the outside. So they might not be knowing that there is nothing called inside. So yourself is also becomes a part of the outside. So
Yes, yes, that is quite
I think,
correct. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I think Dr. Kogla, can you please elaborate more on that? Therun Saranai?
About the outside,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
actually, now
yeah.
people will know now. Before this Dhamma came out, before this Dhamma is being elaborated, everyone tried in different ways to, you know, to attain this status. So we tried to change the outside, and I would say correctly, there have been instances where people tried to change the way of thinking. People try various things actually. So they can try change the way of thinking. They will try to change the way they perceive, or try to change how they react, and so on. I mean, it goes on and on. They tried so many various stuff, and but now we know the only path. Why there's only one path is because to know the truth, that there is nothing actually true in any of these things. That is where the actual the change can happen, because this is not about changing how we react. This is not about how we, like, whether we are going to change the outside or the inside. It's actually trying to understand what is this outside, what is this inside, actually, whether there is an outside or not, whether there is an inside or not. Actually, there is no outside or inside in the end. So that truth, it should be contemplated, it should be understood properly first, and even it as a thing that before you feel it, you have to actually possibly try to understand what is being said, because we usually try to change things so that we may feel lighter, we may feel happy, we may feel some kind of at peace. But what here we reiterate is, what is the truth? What is the truth is there is actually no truth. So the truth is that there is nothing actually important, whether it is. So we usually divert everything or direct or project it to the outside. That's how it is. So projection has been so engrossed into our life. So as a baby, we don't project it nicely. But then when we talk about a child, now we say the child has understood a lot of things, child can live now. That means actually he has been able to project this to outside and inside, and understand that this is outside and this is me. So basically we have achieved that. If you ask a child who is in year 10 or doing year 10 exam, they will tell, oh yeah, this is outside, this is me. So that has happened already. But this is kind of change in this whole scenario. How we change it is by truth. How we felt that. How did we project that there is outside and how there is inside? So how we projected that outside world is because we have so many things. what are the things like sun, moon, mother, father, friend, school, school ground, ball, the cricket, bat. So we have so many things. When we have something, always the two sides have come already. So it's very easy for you to like get into that world and do that. So that that would be a child who understood everything. But now we are trying to actually reverse this process and try and understand what to do, like how this happened. So we understand how this happened. That's all actually. We don't do anything. We are not trying to change the perception. We are not trying to change how we live. We are not trying to change the activities. What we are trying to understand is what happened to the child, what happened to the human baby, what happened to the child, what happened to the man or woman, what happened actually, how did this world begin? So Lord Buddha actually nicely explained it to Venerable Rahula, where he was actually a child at that time, and to say the mirror view of the water is your world. So it itself is saying to the child that what your world is. So how this distinguish the two sides arise. So we don't do actually try to change anything. Still, it will be the same. Nothing has changed here. Only by knowing the truth, the understanding will be different. You know how this happened. So the magic is no more magic, because the magic became magic because we don't know about that. But the thing is, this will be understood by theory first, but then later it won't be enough, because we have to feel it. We have to go to that stage and actually feel the vibration we are talking about. So if you go to that level, then you will feel the vibration, and you will feel that if that is also not taken for granted or taken as a thing, then you won't feel anything but the actual, you can feel it. So the main reason why the Pratipada is there, or the program is there, is to let people feel this. That's the main important thing, that how this is not enough. Just by knowing this is not enough. That's why we have a program. If you don't have a program, then actually you don't have a path. Because if you don't know how you are born, or in the sense how you feel alive, and then you won't know how it is gone also. In different words, the rising and the actual, I can't remember the word for the Vaya, the Uday Vaya, the thing in Sinhala. But you have to know, you have to feel it, you have to be able to feel how you are born and how you are actually not there. So at that particular moment, you will understand that what is being said. So it is your chance to feel it by through program, where you will be giving a chance for that system to actually feel it. Then the doubts will be gone. It's so important that the doubts about this, what is being said, because anyone can say anything. Anyone can say anything. We have heard so many things in our lifetime, like, we have been said so many scientific stuff. We have been, the science itself keep changing. So We have heard so many things. Whether we take them seriously or not, you will take it serious if you actually feel it. So the chance of feeling it is in very high in program, but you can actually do it in your home, in your day-to-day life. See, the first one is like almost bread and butter to everyone now, because it's been said so many times that everyone feels that actually everything is in the mind, actually not out there. So the moon, sun, family, school, house, or your home, whatever, it's everything is actually their thoughts. Their thoughts are just originated in the senses, the mind. But then the second one becomes very important, because whether they are true, these thoughts, are they actually true? Are they actually there? It's just a vibration. But then we don't feel like that. We don't feel like as it's a vibration. So it's the knowing of that. How well you are sure of this, you will feel that you can you get better at it. Actually, you will understand that even the words we talk, they're just the part of this mind. We use our mind to communicate. We use our mind to plan things, do things. But that's actually the directed film. If we were in a different status, like animal, the world is different to that animal. The world would be different to even country to country. The perceived world is different. Like Lord Buddha said, it can be very different actually. Every being, it can be human being, it can be animal, it can be any being. The perceived world will be different. So is it true? It's not true. It's just it's there. It's not. We can't say it is not there. It is actually there. But whether it's true or not is the thing we have to understand. So then you actually can feel the other senses too. When you are not actually taking the mind as not true, you will feel the other senses too. And then you can feel the vibration, and that vibration is also, you feel it because of the speed of that. And if you know that only, then you will feel the not feel it as a thing. Then you know what we are talking about. This non-self perception.
Therun Sana. Yeah. There's a specialist, non-self done. Nobody's here. No one is here. Non-self done. So what is the truth? Yeah. So this is not a religion. So Buddha explained this truth, every religion. So Jatila, Niganta, Brahmana is a Buddhist time. So others, everybody. Buddha explained this truth. What is the truth? Today, the whole world, the humans, special. They don't know the truth. They are in illusion. They are like a blind guys. They are thinking one day they are die. They are thinking they are now inborn. What is the death and birth? No death or birth here. This every time, every moment, thought is creating. This thought is not real. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. Feel is coming. Yeah. You have a life feel. House telling nobody is here. No one is here. I'm here now. I can feel. Yeah, it's okay. Feel is here. How is this feel is coming? Kokila, explain that. Kokila, try to explain that. How is our feeling is coming? This system, this censoring word, you know, your sensor creating, come in the power. What is this power? This mind power. You know, sometimes you are angry, sometimes you are unhappy. The power is there. How much power you have when you are angry? It's more power. More power is there. This physically body, this systematically, this physically body want power. How is our arm up and down? How is our leg are creating? How is these activities are happening? So physically body, how is working? And generating the power. Every living being like this, generating the power. What is this power? How is creating this power? How is coming this power? You know, after the death, so your body very 60 or 70 or 50 or weight is there. You know, how is your arm up and down? Is it simply no weight is there? Smoothly is happening everything because the power. How is this power is coming? How is this power is creating? It's very important. This system, someone understood. How is your senses creating? How is your eye creating? How is your ear creating? How is your this sensor? Eye, ear, nose, mouth, and your skin, body feel. This sensor creations creating those parts, the vibrations, no? Light also vibrations. You know, it's a eye sensor is constructing this naturally. No one is doing, nobody is doing. It's automatically constructing. A natural phenomenon is here. Automatically constructing, automatically is happening. Your eye is working. You can see your eye something happen, damage you can't see. The meaning is eye is like a camera. Eye like a camera. Camera something happen, you can't see. Photo is not there. This type of equipment, your eye. Is no camera. No, Camera is no is the equipment. Nobody is there, but photo is there. This type of cause and effect down. Cause is vibration, sparking speed, electricity speed. We are talking. Effort is the picture, photo. It's same happening right here. Drum is vibration. Sound is coming. What is this sound? Is this outside? No, it's your eye. And right here. Why we are talking like this? Because every living being have various of type of their own pictures. Sometimes not a picture, not this type of sensor. You know bad. Have an other type of sensor. It's a radar. So system is signals are coming. Meaning is power is coming. You know, I creating that perception is there. Is sparking speedily is happening. So you know the we are talking about skanda. What's the word is skanda? 5. Yeah.
5 aggregates.
5 aggregates. 5 aggregates. What's that 5 aggregates? Buddha's word is skanda. Nam patipa atanam patlabu ayuche jat. What's the meaning is that sutra? It's a Jatidam Sutra. What's that? Skanda. What is Buddha's word is? Someone know the skanda. What you want? What you? Someone asking the Buddha, how is becoming Sotapana? How is becoming Sakadagami? How is becoming Anagami? How is becoming Arahata? The Buddha telling every time, everybody. You know the skanda. Nothing, doing anything. Understand the skanda. Is the everything is happening. One thing, one way. What's that way? Understand this skanda. 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 That's Buddha's word is skanda udeva. What is this udeva? Arising and passing, no? That's
Arising and cessation.
cessation. So, what is this skanda? Is a how is happening, no? Ude, what is this ude? Buddha's word is udeva jnana, no? What is this udeva jnana? Skanda udeva jnana? Someone know this skanda, he know everything. What is the meaning is this? You know? Best Buddha's word is some Majja Sutra, different Indian somewhere. The power is there. No different in, no power. So, Majja Sutra is Yo Bante Viditvana Majja Mantana Lipati Tam Bruhi Mahapurusho say the Simbani Majjiga. What is that? Some we ask the different name, they ask the power. So, you know, battery, you know, there's a vehicle have batteries now. Everywhere, every batteries have different name. No? Minus and plus. You know, this different name, touching, is the power. You see that? The power is there. The river flow down. They're stopping somebody. Is the circle is there. That's the power. Because different end is coming. You know, the bomb blast, you know, Big Bang, our universe. How is our galaxy? The scientists are talking about Big Bang. It's a blast. So how is blast? Different end. You know, nuclear bomb also different end. You know, every atoms. You know, what is that picture? Different end. Electron and proton. Then you know this different end. Nothing here, anything. You know what is the different end meaning is? It's a vibrations, sparkings. So scientists are talking of our universe, our galaxy is dark matters. No, after they are talking, no dark matters, no matters anything. It's a dark energy. What is this energy? It's a galaxy. Yeah, scientists are talking, sun is coming big and earth is disappearing because firing, burning. Where's the earth? No, earth is here. You know, this is an example is the eye. The ice is a solidity, liquidity, and the air is gone. No, heat is there. In that case, you know what is the heat? Heat is otherwise is the vibrations, different end. There's waves. You know, there's a light also waves, sound also waves. What the waves meaning is? It's a, you know, as a quantum theory, you know, it's the waves. What is the quantum? Is a packet of vibrations. What is this skandha? Packet of vibrations, the quantum is the same. Why we are talking like this? Huge science is here. Not no any other. What is this? Skandha is a quantum. Yeah. Is that true? Yes. What is this skandha? You know, it's a vibration speedily happening. Is, you know, skandha is the effort is a skandha is a vibration. It's okay. Vibration is rapidly, speedily happening. It's sparking, speedily happening. No, it's a effort. Its cause is the spark. Is one spark. So many sparks. It's rapidly, speedily happening. So what is the effort? Is light. Is your eye. That's why rupa is the vibrations. It's okay. Vedana is how is telling that vibration. There's the power inside. No, every vibration, a different end there. No, every spark, one spark have different end. Different end meaning is power is there. Is okay. Many spark is happening. Many power is there. So speedily this one is happening. These are together coming. So combining. The more power. That's the light. That's the perception. Is light is there. It's okay. Now there's a Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. This is what Buddha's word is 5 aggregates. It's okay, 5. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. What's this English? Rupa is vibrations. So Vedana is indicating vibration. Yeah, it's a like a feel. No? Vedana is a how is that indicate? No, it's okay. It's a vibration. Yeah. What is that vibration? Vibration is there, power is there. It's okay. But vibration is spark. You know, it's an eye, it's an ear, it's a vibration, it's a drum, it's a sound. That vibration, eye, sensor, creation, like a factory. What's the manufacturing? Light. It's okay. Perception is a light. Producting is okay. Constructing is okay. This is speedily happening, constructing the light. It's an eye. You see that inside what happened there? Yeah. Rupa. It's a vibration. It's a vedana. It's a signal. What is that signal? It's a perception. It's a light. Rupa vedana sanya perception. Sankara Sankara is a creating. It's system. It's a process. It's a happening. It's a sankara. What is the effort? Is final. It's vijnana. Oh, it's consciousness. Perception became a consciousness. How is this happening? This perception is like no power. Perception word haven't a power. But this vibration is speedily happening. Inside power is constructing. Power is combining together. More power is there. There's a light coming existent. Feel that one is the vijnana, is consciousness. Consciousness is the beginning of a life field. It's why something there. What is this? Consciousness. We are not talking about the trees have consciousness. It's the living beings have consciousness. What is this living being have consciousness? It's the power. Existent power. Is the beginning. Is the light have. Existent free. Light is there. That's the beginning. Your story. That's why Buddha told Smahanini is asaloke. What is the meaning is? I is the word. Ear is the word. This sense of given you the word. Salayatana loko lokam vadeti. Monks are asking the question, what is the word? Buddha telling the answer. Your sense is the word. So world is there. You are here. What is this meaning? Word, your eye, that's beginning, is a light. Your ear creating the sound, same. The same type is happening. Similar there. Sound is coming. Your drum, eye drum, ear drum is creating. It's vibration. It's coming the sound. It's a science, is very huge science. What is this science? It's a tuning fork we are given here because same tuning fork, same waves. One tuning fork touching other tuning fork automatically vibrating. How is this happening? Nobody is doing. Same vibers, same vibrations, automatically creating. This type of your eardrum vibration, where's the same vibration is telepathy. That's very important. Buddha's word is samanantara. No middle, anything. Two side is same. No. What is the connecting? No connecting anything. Two side is same. Tuning fork example. We are talking about same tuning fork. Like this. Same waves. These vibrations. Same vibrations. So that's your sound. Your sound is not outside. Sound is your ear something happen. You hear something happen, you can't hear, no? What is this meaning? Your ear vibration, same vibration somewhere the vibration, your ear drum is telepathy. Vibration is happen, that's one That's your sound. Is a vibration system. Various of type of living being have various of type of this vibration levels. Dog have range. So humans are 22. What is this human range? 20,000 and 20. Heads 20 to 20,000. But dogs have range, no? This is larger than change, no? It's okay. These various of type living beings have various of type of senses. Not only the sound, not only the light, not only the smell, taste, and body feel smooth and rough, and this type of. You can realize this. You can search. Yeah, you can go to Google. You can search. Today, Google given you the message. You can search. Yeah. This important thing, this one is very important. What is same vibrations? This telepathy word is very important. Telepathy, we are talking, but I don't know that one is suitable or no, but we won't given you to message. What happened here? This ear consciousness and the eye consciousness together coming, that's the mind consciousness. In the kindergarten time, what happened there? Teacher given picture to eye and given sound. Chair. Where's the chair? Where's the chair? Is your sense of creations given chair? That sound and form together coming, that's the mind. That's the thought. It's chair. Chair is, where's the chair? Sri Lankans are not talking about the chair. Putua. Where's the putua? Chinese are talking other sound. What is that? These sense of creations is not anywhere. That's right. You can make a new one, new language, new sound given the pictures. What is this silly word? It's your mind. Yes. You are thinking gold is very valuable. You are thinking iron is not valuable. What is this? How is this coming? Chair is there, is okay. Someone understood this Dhamma, it's okay. You understood this Dhamma. After what happened? This chair, you see the mechanism here, the process is here. How is the thought are creating? So otherwise, inside what happened? Consciousness. Consciousness is the power. The eye consciousness have the existent field, the light. Otherwise, ear consciousness have the existent field is sound. This existent field together coming, that's the thought have existent field. I have existent field. What is this? Now you have chair. What's the meaning is? Chair existent field is the otherwise alive field. That's the type of kindergarten time little baby born in this world. What is this? Buddha telling this? Your birth is your eye creating something there. That's the birth of you. That's why Buddha told. So, what's the birth? Buddha telling this. Eye is the eye creating something. That's the birth. I say upatai. Upatama. That's one is the udayana. That's the udayana. What's the vayana? Vayana meaning is udayana is the here. Is kandanam patibhava atana patalava. What's there? Is sensor. Given you the word. How is sensor given the word? You won't know the mechanism. No. How is coming this? How is coming existent field? Existent field is the consciousness. Now is chair have consciousness. What's the meaning is? The field. What's the experience is? You chair, baby, how chair feel, existent feel. That's the world. Is chair, table, mother, father, sun, moon, everything is your world. That's your world. That's you have mother, you have father, you have everything. Like these thoughts. It's unbelievable this. You don't believe this. Don't trust this. You can experience. You can realize. It's not a believing, it's not a trust. You can experience. It's very important. The experience. You can experience it. What is the real happening? Yeah. This existent feel is the otherwise alive feel. Unbelievable. How is here? Now your mind is automatically coming, like little baby's mind automatically coming. What's chair, table, mother, father, brother, sister? He's going to mirror. This is me. Me, my mind is coming. What is the feel, the power that's given inside is a signal, is me. Exist and feel, other side, me. Exist and feel is the same, is you. Alive feel. Now his soul is there. Now you have chair. Now you want chair. Someone get in the chair, is coming. What is defilements? Because the power is there. Now you want more than more, because power want power generating. System is working, generating system, because one is spark, many is spark. Now is spark not is stopping. So chair is again and coming. There's a chair is coming, existent field. Now you want chair. You not given anybody. Someone is getting, you are attacking, because power is coming two sides. Attach and disattach. You know how his power is coming more than more. His defilements there. More. You know, it's our ego. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working, power is generating. You know, someone understood this truth, is the power is disappearing. Didn't hear anything. Everything is systematically happening. What is here happening now? Now you can see, you can hear. Now you can, everything is normally happening. Your thoughts also coming, because mind sense also working. Otherwise, the eye sensor, ear sensor, body sensor, and the 5 sensors are also working. These sensors are working. From stimulus are coming. So every time one thought is here, but no value is here. Because your inside coming without value. This cause and effect Dhamma is given you to finally is thought is me, my mind. That's what finally thought. You know, cause and effect Dhamma first is spark, is okay, effort is light. And cause is spark, vibration, effort is sound. You know, especially the sound and form. It's okay. But other sensor is okay, feel, smell, taste, and body. You know, these three is a feel, sound, and your eye form. It's okay, picture. These three together coming, that's a thought. Tinna Sangati Passo. It's a Buddha's word. It's a mind, sensor creating. Mind sensor not anywhere, is a spark. Not place. Not given place. Because battery have battery acid. No battery water is there. But battery water have the power. You know, these two sides, no? The wire is connecting, power is there. The power is not the water, battery acid. Battery acid have the power. You know, these two, the points touching, the power is coming. The power is other one. That's the cause and effect Dhamma meaning. Effort is other one. Cause is other one. So this sparking speedily is the cause, effort is the light, and sound. Other step is light and sound is cause, effort is other one is coming, feel also is okay, but especially the light and sound. It's okay, effort is the thought. Cause and effort done. After that, another step is coming, because chair and table and everything is word is okay. Bhavasanya is coming. Skandana Patiba, Atana Patilabo, and Chati Jatis. What is the meaning is Bhavacha Jati. Adjosayati, someone is getting this existence is really Yarupe Nandi is getting the value. Tadupadam, bow is again and again and coming is the existent. Feel is the bhava sanya. The same is the word. Bhapacha jati meaning is you also word. Because chair is a thinking, there's a chair, it's a light and sound, it's okay. There's a chair, it's okay. Chair is you otherwise. Without chair, nobody is there. Chair is there, you are also there. The chair is you otherwise. Is this very interesting? This because the feel, there's a practically you can experience is thought is here, chair. How much you want chair? That's your life feel. So who are you? You are the chair, no? Without chair, you are not here. The chair, table, sun, moon, everything is like, you see, without, you are like a galaxy, no? Only the dark. Nobody is here. You know, this world is the otherwise, side by side. You is this thoughts. This thought is you. That's why you see that the eye and the ear, the sound and form together, that cha is there, existent feel is coming that systematically. It's okay, power is there. That's why existent feel is there. Otherwise, thought is cha. Otherwise, you are going to mirror and baby is going to mirror and looking, me is here. Yeah. Now picture is mirror picture. And sound is me. Sound and from there. You also thought. Chair also thought. Yeah. That's the cause is chair. Effort is chair again and again. And coming, you won't keep the chair. You don't like destroy the chair. You won't keep. How is that's want? How you want chair? Meaning is you want it. That's the power. Another power is generating. That's is LIP. That's you. How much you want it? That's your LIP. That's your ego. The chair, existent field, how is becoming alive field? That type of secret is there. You know, otherwise, the huge science is here after that. Not to stop it now. Now, you can see huge science here. What is this? You know, today, you're not a baby. Now you are thinking, how is chair is coming today? Do you know this? The Buddha's word is Pubbhe Nivasanusaya Jnana. What is this? So, you know, that's a tuning fork example. Is the light also same vibrations? No. Sound also same vibration? No. Not outside. It's a vibration. It's a waves. It's okay. Now, today, you are looking the picture. Chair sound is coming. No, you know, other languages, Putu, Sri Lankans are talking, Chinese are talking Chanchi. How is this Chanchi coming? How is this Putu is coming? Because these vibrations together coming, that's the thought is one vibration. It's very important. Thought is one vibration. Thought you can't separate light or sound or anything. It's everything together coming. One vibration is there, one is spark. It's a thought is sparking. It's very important. That is why mind sensor we are talking. You see, now it's a chair. It's okay. Chair have now not only the chair have value. That's the meaning is chair existent field. Is otherwise is LF field you. It's okay. Now you see what is this cause and effect Dhamma explaining. Finally, thought have this everything value. Thought have. How is this now thought? Is coming the You don't know the truth. That is why is coming this. Finally, thought is real. Is other thought is here. Cha is other one. Cha is here. Real is the other thought. Is here. You see, final what's the destroying? You know the Dhamma. Real. Cha is real thought is destroyed. It's not real. Is coming. After destroying the all of power, is the neutral is coming. How is this secret? Cha is other one. Cha is real is other thought is coming here. Because the power is there, existent feel is coming, that's a real is coming. Cha is real is other thought. That is the itta sanya. Is coming. What is the understanding happening? What is the why inside meditation is understanding one? We are talking. Is understanding after coming is not real. Real is coming, is a two. Now is Cha is real is the thought is automatically coming. It's anusota. It's okay. Patisota meaning is someone understood this Dhamma. What is the truth is, what is the real happen here? Is Cha is real thought is destroying and coming. Cha is not real. It's anitta sanya. What happened now? Now Cha is real is thought. Is Cha is not real is thought is coming, is destroying the real, is all of power. Very interesting, this power is destroyed. This not only the only the thought scene. This power is destroying. You know this power, how is coming? Unbelievable is here. Is Anitta Sanya. You know, is Sanya is a perception, but this Sanya is coming, not only the perception, is actually feel is disappearing. Feel is the power. Power is coming. You know, this thought is given, no perception. This thought is given real. Cha is real, is a thought. The thought have power. Now, Cha is not real, is coming. This negative and positive is sparking. What's happened is destroy. That's why nothingness is coming. Your mind is coming. Inside destroying the power. After what happened? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, everything is there, but power is not there. Meaning is your defilements are fading. Your ego is gone, disappearing. The finally tranquility is coming. The peaceful mind is coming, calm and cool, like a nature. How nice this. Unbelievable happen here. That is the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana Paramansukha. Is the meaning is someone understood this. Without understand, you can't achieve this. You want to understand. This understanding is the inside meditation. It's not a concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpada Dhamma discourse is very important this word. Why? It's inside meditation, is understanding. Why? You can't get in this concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpada Dhamma discourses is very, very worth today. That is why you all of them are here, because Buddothpada Aranhas explaining and experience is very important. It's not trust, it's not belief. Everybody happen in this inside, and everybody inside transformation is happening. So everybody tranquility is there, is coming. They have after that experience. They know this is the real way, is happening. is happening one is the defilements are disappearing. That's the Buddha's explained really is happening here. Insight meditation is very important today. That is why Buddha, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, finding the teachers and explain this, never heard before the Dhamma. It's not concentration meditation because 5 teachers did it. Siddhartha also did it, but it's not the way. Today, whole world, people doing Hindus concentration meditation. They are talking Buddha is Hindus other type of god or something. Is something like that. No, it's misunderstand. Buddha left that concentration meditation. It's not a Buddha's way. Today, many guys are misunderstanding because the sutra is there. It's the Anapanasati Sutra. It's explained the Buddha Ghosa Thero is Hindu guy. He explained this Buddha's word Hindu meditation is concentration type. That is why today struggling the monks finding the truth. They are not in real way. They are misunderstand. What to do? It's not happening. Concentration meditation, many guys are doing. It's okay. At that time, it's okay. There is a calm and cool because they are in samadhi. It's not still because it's Buddha's word is Aninyabhisankara also. It's not real. At that time, who are doing that time, that moment is okay, in cool. It's not real one. It's a duplicate. It's not real. Because your mind, you can hide in your mind feeling, but it's hiding. It's not converting. It's a really converting is happening, understanding after that. After you can't change your original is understanding is coming. Its original is tranquility is coming. You can't change because it's happening internal transformation. It's the real way. It's a endless happiness there. Because the nature, you are close after the nature, is a non-vibration stage. So vibration is over. Now you have become a Buddha's son. Because Buddha word is non-existent. What is Buddha's word is meaning? Non-existent. Buddha told this. Someone know the Dhamma, he know me. Someone don't know the Dhamma, he don't know who am I. Buddha is not a person. Buddha is non-vibration. What is this non-vibration? Is alive freely is disappearing. That is why Buddha always telling Anatma Sanya, Anatma Dhamma. What's the meaning is Anatma Dhamma. Nobody is here. No one is here. No being. No living being. Nothingness here. It's really nothingness here. Very important. Everything is here. That's why after finally Buddha telling is you win the world. What is the three world? Is a sensual world, unformed world, and the formless world. You are winning this three world because this one thought have these three. It's okay, we can explain another day. Now today's time is over. But the Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha is Buddha's word is finally how it became a Gaya that's a tree. It's a tree. That's at that time is a Buddha's time. Siddhartha Tapas, how he became a Buddha. That's the one night, no? Midnight is coming and early morning is coming. You know, it's a Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha, no? How is becoming his understanding. After after 7 weeks is practice is doing. So we are talking about Satsati. So it's very important. 2 months, you know, is a perfect experience. Always thoroughly, no, getting the. It's okay, perfect. After going to five teachers and explain, this is new one. This is not yours doing. It's a truth. I became a Buddha. What is the Buddha? Destroy the Bhavasanya. What is the Bhavasanya? Existent field, how is coming. You know, after. You know, nobody is here. No one is here. Is not a thinking, is internal transformation is happening. You know, your defilements are disappearing. Ego also disappearing. Is tranquil is there. You know, finally, you like a nature. It's happening. Non-vibration, we are talking there. What do you think about Dr. Ravi?
Yes, Arenas, you have explained within this short period from top to bottom everything that needed to be understood by to become a Buddhist actually. So that piece of knowledge is very enough. Understanding is very much enough to become a real Buddhist.
Yeah.
So you started from 5 aggregates and how it contributes to formation of this soul here. So if you are able to see the formation of this thing, it will automatically disappear. Then by that, how this non-soul feeling comes. So
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Ravi or Dr. Kokila, are you there? Are you there? Sometimes she's not here now. It's okay. Yes, Suranka, what do you think about?
Yes, there was an answer. It was, as Dr. Ravi said, in half an hour, you summarized the entire Paticcasamuppada and how this whole soul is formed through the senses and the sensory perceptions, how the fabrication of the mind happens. But ultimately, the most important thing is how through understanding the mind, R.N. Mahansa, how you showed that this so-called senses and the perception and the power gets neutralized, isn't it? It's
That's Ittasanya and the Anittasanya is very important.
Yes,
you know, that's a Buddha always telling this Anittasanya. Is a perception. What is this? What is the English word? Is Anittasanya. What is that, Suranka?
non-existential feel and non-vibrational.
Oh, how is it? I think it's not perfect. It's a perception, no. It's a real perception. It's an unreal perception. No.
Yeah.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi? It's an unreal perception, no?
Yeah, yes, and non-existence perception.
Non-existent perception. It's okay. Existent perception and non-existent perception. It's come. It's understanding one. No, it's inside meditation is coming this one. It's a really understand after come. So very important. Yeah, our time is over now. It's okay, doctor. Okay, everybody. Yeah, there was Saranai. Tomorrow we can join again and discuss again what is the real Buddha's way, what is the real dependent origination, what is the really happening here, how is coming to the Arahata. You all of them can do this. You all of them is happening, I think, is normally internal transformation because you are studying, you are following the Buddothpada Dharma discourse. This glad to say this. Come in and no, Eipasikopanayako is a Buddha's word. Come and see. It's okay. Everybody, Terasana. Terasana.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරණ
I invite
Terasana,
you.
Arana.
Yeah, it's okay. Terasana.
Terasana.
Terasana. Yeah, it's okay.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Good morning, everybody. Terasana, Arana. Terasana, all the friends. Let's continue our 1 hour Dhamma discourse. So, we'll see how thought forms today. So, a thought, it does not appear from nothing, out of nowhere. It forms from contact. Well, it's a very unique and process. We can't even notice it, but it happens. So, contact happens through our senses, our 5 senses, which is seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and simple noticing of mental images and ideas. Each sense contact carries a kind of vibration, not a physical vibration, but a pattern of simulation. When a sound appears, there is a vibration in that hearing. When a color appears, there is a vibration in that seeing. When a smell appears, there is a vibration in that smelling. When a taste appears, there is a vibration in that tasting. When a sensation appears, there is a vibration in that touching. Each of these is very simple. Each of these by itself is not yet a thought. Well, thought begins when these patterns, vibrations, these sensors are linked together. This linking does not happen only in the present moment. It happens from our mind consciousness. It is supported by our mind consciousness. When one sense is contacted, this mind consciousness brings in related patterns from other senses, which is the thought. This is how a single sound can bring a whole image of a thing. Because if we take the sound as it is, we don't get the thought, the other senses related to that sound. But if we taken it from the thought, from that illusion view, you will get everything related to that sound. The image, the taste, the feel, the smell. For example, when the word apple is heard, the hearing contact is present. It's just a sound vibration, a sound wave. Along with that hearing, a color appears as memory, a shape. A taste appears as from that thought. Smell appears. Texture appears. These do not come from the sound itself. Then where is it? Where is it coming from? They come from the thought. The thought is a past experience associated with the sound. Even though we are seeing an apple right now, it's actually a past thought that feed that this at this moment as well. The thought apple is not only the sound of the word, it is the whole pattern of remembered seeing, tasting, smelling, touching, and even an emotional tone. This combined pattern feels like one thing. This one thing is thought, and now it has its own power, its own vibration. It's not the vibration of the color or the sound or the taste or the smell, but now it has its own power, the power of thought, the power of the apple, not the sound, but the whole thing, the power of that thought of the apple. This thought is not located in any single senses. It is a combined event. Because the combined event feels unified, it feels powerful. It's not just one vibration, it's a collection of vibrations giving power to a one. So this power comes from gathering of many impressions into one mental formation. When many sensory traces come together, the thought feels rich, vivid, and convincing. This is why a single word can create a whole world. We just hear a sound, just a sound. If we take it as just a sound, it's simple. But if we take it in the thought perspective, it's not just a sound. We get the images, taste, touch, smell, all related to that thought, to that sound. Not just that, when the time goes by, we get more thoughts about that thought. Now it has more power. Now it has more power than the first thought. The word is light. The thought world is heavy. This is not imagination. This is how recognition works. This is how the mind works. Recognition is the linking of present contact with the stored, with the sensory patterns. Without sensory patterns, there would be of hearing of sound, but no recognition of purpose. The recognition is learned. So let's see, when did our first thought created, formed? As a child, as an infant who's still on the cot, sound appears, but that's all. That's what they hear, but they don't get a thought. If they hear a sound, it just heard, it arose and passed away, nothing else. Let's say we say an apple to a child in a cot. If they get the apple that we call, that red shape, that red color, that taste, that smell, that touch, that texture of it. No, they just heard a sound and that's it. As a child, a sound appears before meaning, then meaning is learned. After it is learned, sound and meaning arise together. Meaning in the sense like colors, smell, taste. Because they arise together, it feels like there is a meaning, a real thing is in that sound. When we say apple, we feel it's real. There's a realistic apple. It has a power that makes us feel it's real, it's realistic. But what we actually, if we penetrate through it, what we get is just a sound. Just a sound. And there is no color or smell or taste in that sound. And it's not related to those other senses. It's not at all. The thought is created with each vibrations we receive from our senses, our sense faculties. So, if one sound or color, any vibration, just one comes, it will trigger all the other vibrations in that thought. They are conjoined, combined together, and created this thought. It has linked together now. So, this aliveness, this feeling real, is in the stored pattern, the thought that is triggered by the sound. This is how a thought is formed from our senses, received from sense faculties. One sense contact activates the network for other senses related to that idea, that thought. It's very fast, it's rapid fast, so fast that it feels real, immediate, existing. Because it feels real, existing, it's really hard to see through this illusion. But it is a construction. Thought is a construction. We feel it real now because we have learned it, we have used it through our whole life. But if we go to the beginning, when we are still learning, we will notice the thought is a construction. It is built from memory, mind consciousness. This does not make thoughts false. It shows that thought as a symbol. This assembling is automatic. No thinker is required. That's how nature works. It's a process of the nature. The thinker is not assembler. The system assembled by habit. Let's say we learned our first word as apple or mother, and the system learned it, the process of creating this thought. And after that, onwards, it starts to create every thought like that. The same happens with emotions. When a face appears, past thoughts associated with that face appears together with the sight. The sight is simple, just a bunch of colors, but the feeling is added. Conscious. But this person is not only the present site, it is the present site, the memory, the emotion, the past interpretation itself. This is how thought creates a solid sense of things, and adding emotions commence to that, whether you feel anger or sad or love or clinginess, hate, hatred, all those. This is also how misunderstanding arises. The thought world feels as if it belongs to the present moment, but much of it belongs to the past. This is why situations feel heavier than what is actually present. So, what I meant from what that thought that thought world belongs to the past means when we first learned about a thing, let's say a book, that moment we learned about the book. But after 10 years, when we look at an image, it doesn't say it's a book at that time. But what we get as a book is the signal, is the thought we got from the past. And now we think that old book is the thing what we see at this moment, at right now as well. That is what we meant by thought world feels belongs to present, but actually it belongs to the past. We are devouring past. What is present right now is simple contact. It's just a color, maybe a sound, or a smell, a taste. It doesn't say anything. It just arose and passed away. But what we can do is we get that thought that created in the past. It telepathizes right at this moment and says, this is a book, a chair, a food, a fruit. But right at this moment, it never happened. It never created. But we are using is something that happened in the past. We think that past object is what we see at this moment. Actually, we don't think it. We believe that is. But what really happened is we are using a past constructed thought. This is why situations feel heavier